Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Case 1. On March 5th, 2021, what began as a standard security concern at Albuquerque International Sunport quickly escalated into one of the most chilling investigations in modern criminal history. Airport security initially reported an unusual pungent odor coming from an abandoned vehicle in the airport parking garage. Officers dispatched to the scene expected to encounter a routine case, perhaps a vehicle left behind by a forgetful traveler or an item of luggage emitting a foul smell. However, as authorities examined the truck, their casual approach soon turned into a full-scale forensic investigation. The vehicle, a seemingly ordinary pickup, was parked inconspicuously on an upper level of the garage. Upon closer inspection, the presence of multiple plastic storage totes in the truck bed raised immediate suspicion. As investigators pried open the containers, the grotesque reality became evident. Dismembered human remains decomposing amid other debris lay concealed within. Just a safety factor to the community. He's already killed several people. He was on his way back on his own statement to harm someone else in this area. So we're very important to the public that we get him in custody right away. What initially seemed like a single gruesome crime quickly snowballed into something far more sinister. Unfortunately, that was the vehicle of our victim of the homicide in New Jersey. It was stolen from his garage. The way the remains were dismembered, packaged, and stored suggested premeditation rather than a spontaneous act of violence. He was highly dangerous and armed, and we were concerned for the safety of everyone. The discovery ignited a widespread investigation that would eventually link multiple missing persons cases and reveal a cross-state murder spree that shocked the nation. As forensic teams worked through the horrifying evidence found in the truck, investigators began retracing the vehicle's origins and ownership. Soon they discovered disturbing connections between the abandoned vehicle and a series of missing persons cases in Grants, New Mexico, a small community located about 80 miles west of Albuquerque. Among those missing were 21-year-old Matthew Miller, 39-year-old Jennifer Lannon, and 40-year-old Justin Mata, all of whom had mysteriously vanished in January 2021. Matthew Miller's vehicle had previously been discovered abandoned at an apartment complex, but no further leads had emerged until now. Meanwhile, Jennifer Lannon had been reported missing by her ex-husband after a string of troubling events hinted at foul play. As investigators delved into these disappearances, they began to uncover a chilling web of connections between the victims. Their social circles overlaps significantly, particularly within local drug networks that were heavily involved in fentanyl distribution. As pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place, one name consistently surfaced in relation to all of the missing individuals: Sean Lannon. Sean Lannon, a 47-year-old man with a deeply troubled past, soon became the primary suspect in what was now being investigated as a series of homicides. Lannon was intimately connected to at least one of the victims. Jennifer Lannon was his ex-wife and the mother of his children. However, as police expanded their search, they realized his involvement likely extended far beyond familial ties. Lannon had a history of erratic behavior marked by substance abuse, financial troubles, and a string of volatile personal relationships. While he initially cooperated with police inquiries. Hey Sean, this detective attorney, how are you doing? Good man, I've been trying to get a hold of the other number, and it's not working. So, you know anything new? Okay, are you still around town? Okay. How's the kids doing? Living with D again, or still okay? No, we've made some progress here, and there I've got a bunch of pictures of different vehicles. I'd like you to take a look at, see if you could help me identify him. Okay, tomorrow would be great. Just give me a heads up anytime. All right. I appreciate it. We're good. Was technically the one left. Okay. All right. Any idea what time? Tomorrow. Okay. All right. Just make sure the kids are taken care of, and we'll go from there. All right. We'll see you tomorrow. Inconsistencies in his statements and his general demeanor raised immediate red flags. Surveillance footage would later place him at multiple locations associated with the victims, further cementing his potential role in their disappearances and deaths. One particularly alarming revelation came from witness statements indicating that Landon had borrowed an electric saw shortly before the victim's remains were discovered. The forensic evidence from the crime scene showed that the bodies had been dismembered in a manner consistent with the use of such a tool, strengthening the case against him. Just as New Mexico authorities were piecing together Lannon's involvement in multiple homicides, another shocking discovery surfaced, this time in New Jersey on March 8, 2021, 3 days after the Albuquerque truck discovery. Law enforcement officers in East Greenwich Township New Jersey responded to a distressing crime scene. The victim, 66-year-old Michael Dubkovsky, was found brutally beaten to death in his home. The circumstances of his murder bore the hallmarks of personal vengeance rather than random violence. Further investigation revealed that Sean Lannon had traveled from New Mexico to New Jersey just before the murder. He had flown there with his 3 children, creating an eerie contrast between his role as a father and the brutal crimes unfolding in his wake. Lannon's arrest would later expose his confession regarding Dubkovsky's death. He claimed the killing was an act of revenge, alleging that Dubkovsky had sexually abused him as a child. This confession, while deeply unsettling, also hinted at the psychological complexities that may have fueled his violent spree. However, authorities were careful in accepting Lannon's statements at face value. His history of manipulative behavior and his self-serving confession suggested he was capable of distorting reality to fit his own narrative. Sean Lannon's killing spree came to an end on March 10, 2021. When authorities apprehended him in Missouri. At the time of his arrest, he was driving a stolen vehicle linked to the New Jersey crime, further tying him to the case following his capture. He was extradited to New Jersey, where he faced immediate charges for the murder of Michael Dubkovsky. In court, Lannon pleaded guilty to Dubkovsky's murder as part of a plea deal that resulted in a 35-year sentence. However, this was only the beginning of his legal battles. Back in New Mexico, prosecutors worked tirelessly to assemble a case against him for the murders of Jennifer Lannon, Matthew Miller, Justin Mata, and Randall Apostolin, an associate who had allegedly helped Lannon transport the plastic totes containing human remains before becoming a victim himself. While in custody, Lannon made a chilling claim. He confessed to killing up to 16 people. This statement sent shockwaves through law enforcement agencies, as it implied the existence of additional victims beyond the 5 confirmed murders already linked to him. However, authorities exercised caution in fully accepting this number. Many of Lannon's alleged killings had no corroborating evidence, and despite his confessions, no additional bodies had been discovered. Some believed he was exaggerating in an attempt to manipulate legal proceedings or build a certain image of himself, regardless of whether Lannon had more victims. The confirmed murders painted a gruesome picture of a highly methodical killer with a disturbing ability to hide in plain sight. The Sean Lannon case left lasting scars on the communities affected by his crimes. Families of the victims were left grappling with unanswered questions and unimaginable grief, while local authorities were forced to confront the systemic failures that allowed his violent actions to go unchecked for so long. Moreover, this case raised critical legal and jurisdictional challenges, as investigators from multiple states had to coordinate efforts across state lines. The complexities of prosecuting crimes spanning different jurisdictions underscored the need for more efficient interagency collaboration in cases involving serial offenders. Ultimately, the Lannon case serves as a grim reminder of the hidden dangers lurking beneath troubled personal histories and unchecked criminal behavior. As the legal system continues to process his crimes, the haunting specter of possible additional victims ensures that the investigation into his past remains ongoing. With Lannon now behind bars, the pursuit of full justice continues, not only for those he has already been convicted of killing, but for any others who may have fallen victim to his brutal rampage. Sean Lannon's crimes have prompted intense discussions among criminologists and psychologists regarding what drives a person to commit such gruesome and calculated acts of violence. His history of substance abuse, claims of past victimization, and volatile personal relationships suggest a deeply troubled individual whose unchecked psychological struggles may have contributed to his eventual descent into murder. Some experts have pointed to antisocial personality disorder and psychopathy, conditions often characterized by a lack of empathy, manipulativeness, and a disregard for societal norms as potential factors in his behavior. Others have suggested that his traumatic childhood experiences, particularly his claims of sexual abuse at the hands of Michael Dubkovsky, may have played a role in shaping his violent tendencies. Regardless of the underlying psychological motivations, Lannon's methodical approach to dismemberment, disposal, and deception demonstrates a high level of premeditation and emotional detachment, traits commonly observed in serial offenders. His ability to maintain relationships while hiding his crimes, as well as his capacity to move seamlessly between different states without raising immediate suspicion, further reinforces the idea that Lannon was highly manipulative in calculating. These insights into his psyche are not just relevant for understanding his actions, but also for improving law enforcement strategies in identifying and apprehending similar offenders in the future. As investigators pieced together the events leading up to the discovery of Lannon's crimes, a troubling question emerged: could these murders have been prevented? Looking back, multiple red flags were present in Lannon's past, including domestic disturbances, drug-related incidents, and psychological instability. His volatile behavior, particularly in his relationships, was well documented, and some of the victims had expressed concerns about him before their disappearances. This case has forced authorities to re-examine the gaps in the justice system that allowed dangerous individuals to operate undetected. One major concern is the inconsistent communication between law enforcement agencies across state lines. If there had been more efficient sharing of information between New Mexico and New Jersey officials, it is possible that Lannon's movements and pattern of violence could have been recognized earlier. Additionally, Lannon's reported history of childhood abuse raises important questions about the long-term psychological impact of trauma and the lack of adequate mental health interventions. While personal responsibility remains a crucial factor, cases like this highlight the need for better mental health resources, particularly for individuals with violent tendencies and histories of abuse. A stronger early intervention system, one that prioritizes mental health evaluations, support programs, and closer monitoring of individuals with violent inclinations, could potentially reduce the likelihood of such tragic events occurring in the future. The Sean Lannon case will undoubtedly be remembered as a dark chapter in American criminal history, not only for the brutality of his actions, but also for the lessons it has forced society to confront. His ability to operate undetected across multiple states, his calculated disposal of bodies, and his twisted confessions have left law enforcement officials, legal experts, and the general public grappling with the unsettling reality of hidden dangers within communities as Lannon serves his 35-year sentence for the New Jersey murder. The New Mexico investigations remain ongoing, with prosecutors working to ensure he faces full accountability for all of his crimes. Meanwhile, the possibility of additional undiscovered victims continues to haunt both investigators and the families of missing persons, leaving open the chilling question of whether his confessed body count of May 16th in fact be accurate beyond the legal repercussions. This case has ignited discussions about crime prevention, mental health intervention, and systemic reform. It serves as a stark warning of how unchecked criminal behavior, combined with personal trauma and substance abuse, can escalate into a full-blown killing spree as law enforcement agencies adapt and refine their investigative methods. The lessons from the Lannon case will continue to shape future policies, ensuring that such horrors are prevented before they unfold. Even with Sean Lannon behind bars, law enforcement agencies continue to investigate the full scope of his crimes. His claim of up to 16 murders remains unverified, leaving authorities with a daunting challenge determining whether additional victims exist, and if so, identifying them. Many of Lannon's alleged victims were reportedly involved in drug-related activities or transient lifestyles, making it harder to track disappearances and corroborate his statements. Police in New Mexico, New Jersey, and other states remain vigilant, reviewing cold cases, missing persons reports, and unsolved homicides that could fit Lannon's modus operandi. His ability to move freely between states, commit crimes without immediate detection, and evade authorities suggests the possibility that his killing spree may have begun much earlier than currently documented. Furthermore, forensic teams continue to analyze DNA evidence, and physical remains linked to the case. Given Lannon's history of dismembering his victims, there is concern that some remains may never be recovered or were disposed of in ways that make identification nearly impossible. These unsettling realities leave an open-ended mystery that may never be fully resolved for the families of Matthew Miller, Jennifer Lannon, Justin Mata, and Randall Apostolin. The pain of losing their loved ones has been compounded by the gruesome nature of their deaths and the lengthy legal proceedings. Many of them have expressed frustration over delays in prosecution, particularly in New Mexico, where Lannon has yet to stand trial for the 4 murders. These delays are due to interstate legal complexities, the necessity of gathering irrefutable evidence, and Lannon's already secured conviction in New Jersey. Despite these setbacks, families and community advocates continue to push for justice and legislative reforms. Some have called for stricter monitoring of individuals with violent pasts, while others have emphasized the need for improved resources for missing persons investigations. The case has also reignited discussions on the dangers of domestic violence, drug-related crime, and mental health neglect, with advocacy groups working to ensure that victims like Jennifer Lannon and others receive the attention and protection they deserve. Before tragedy struck, the Sean Lannon case is more than just a shocking true crime story. It is a disturbing lesson in the real-life consequences of systemic failures, personal trauma, and unchecked criminal behavior, his case will likely be studied by law enforcement, forensic psychologists, and legal scholars for years to come, offering insight into serial offenders who exploit both personal relationships and jurisdictional loopholes to commit horrific acts of violence as he spends the remainder of his life behind bars. The legal system must ensure that justice is fully served for all of his victims. Additionally, communities must remain vigilant, recognizing the warning signs of escalating violence, manipulative behavior, and criminal deception before they spiral into the kind of horror that unfolded in 2021. For now, the case remains a haunting reminder that even the most routine discoveries, a strange odor in an airport parking garage, can unravel into something far more sinister. Whether or not all of Lannon's victims will ever be identified, the scars left by his crimes will endure, serving as a dark chapter in criminal history and a warning about the hidden dangers that sometimes lurk beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary lives. Case 2. Kimberly Antonikos was born on November 15, 1974, in Queens, New York. She was the only child of Tommy Antonikos, a successful tech executive, and his wife, Marlene. Despite her parents' eventual divorce, Kimberly, affectionately known as Kim by those close to her, enjoyed a happy and fulfilling childhood. As she grew older, Kim became known for her beauty, charisma, and a wide social circle. After earning a degree in business administration, she moved into an apartment in Brooklyn, a convenient location near her father's home. Meanwhile, her mother had relocated to Florida. As the apple of her parents' eyes, Kim was showered with love and support. To celebrate her growing independence, Tommy gifted her a brand new car, a testament to his pride in her accomplishments. However, despite his hopes, she had no interest in joining the family business. Determined to carve her own path, she secured a part-time job as an accountant at a reputable firm. At 20, Kimberly had it all. She was young, beautiful, and full of promise. With her striking, wild curls and meticulously maintained appearance, she was a responsible young woman who enjoyed social events but never found herself in trouble. Her future seemed bright. However, fate had other plans. Years later, her father would recall that Kim's kindness was both her greatest strength and her most dangerous vulnerability. This was evident when, in early 1995, she opened her home to her friend Liz's boyfriend Joshua Torres, and their young child while the couple's apartment underwent renovations. At just 2 years older than Kimberly, Joshua quickly bonded with her. The three spent their days cooking, laughing, and enjoying each other's company. Tommy, ever the protective father, had voiced concerns about the arrangement, though he ultimately respected his daughter's decision. On Tuesday, February 28, 1995, Kimberly and Liz decided to attend a party. They dressed up, applied their makeup, and had a fantastic night out, dancing and socializing. At around 4 in the morning, they returned home. The next day, as was his routine, Tommy called to check in on his daughter. To his dismay, there was no response. Feeling uneasy, he drove to her apartment. There he found Liz, but no sign of Kimberly. Liz was confused, insisting that she had last seen Kim entering her bedroom just hours earlier. Tommy checked the garage. Her car was missing. Just as he was about to leave, something caught his eye on the floor. A single gold earring. He recognized it instantly as part of a pair he had given his daughter. Wasting no time, he reported her disappearance, triggering an urgent police investigation. Officers spoke to Liz, who confirmed that Kimberly had been wearing those very earrings that night. The lead detective feared the worst. The initial theory was that she had been abducted, possibly for her car. Authorities issued a citywide alert with Kimberly's physical description and contacted aviation officials to check areas where abandoned vehicles were often found. As the hours passed, worry consumed her loved ones. That evening, Tommy returned home to find his answering machine blinking. His heart raced. Was it Kimberly? He pressed play, only to be met with silence. Strangely, there had been 2 calls, both ending abruptly. Perhaps a technical issue, he thought. Meanwhile, investigators combed through hospital and morgue records with no results. Friends and neighbors were questioned, including Liz and Joshua, but no leads emerged. After 48 hours with no sign of Kimberly, Marlene flew in from Florida, desperate for answers. A friend suggested she consult a well-known psychic with a television show. Clutching a photo of her daughter, Marlene visited the woman, who reassured her that Kimberly was still alive, but in grave danger. More chillingly, she stated that the perpetrator's name started with the letter J. By then, Kimberly's case had caught the public's attention, and this eerie revelation was soon broadcasted on TV. At the apartment, Marlene gathered her daughter's friends and played the psychic's recording. Joshua and another friend, Julio Negrin, reacted with visible unease before hastily leaving, claiming they would search for her themselves. Meanwhile, Tommy tirelessly retraced his daughter's steps, speaking with anyone who might have seen her. Police meticulously reconstructed Kimberly's last known movements and decided to re-examine her apartment. Strangely, they found no signs of forced entry or struggle. There was no blood, no overturned furniture, nothing to suggest a violent encounter. Either someone had cleaned up meticulously, or the intruder had been careful not to leave a trace. Adding to the mystery, Kimberly's car had vanished without a trace. Investigators checked her bank records and discovered her credit card had last been used the night of the party. This ruled out the possibility that she had run away voluntarily. With no new leads, authorities turned to the psychic's claims. She insisted that Kimberly was being held by 4 people who wanted to make contact. However, she warned that time was running out. As tensions mounted, everyone close to Kimberly was under scrutiny, and yet the truth remained elusive. But one thing was clear. Someone in her inner circle knew more than they were letting on. As investigators delved deeper into the case, they discovered that 65 calls had been made from Kimberly's home phone on the morning of March 1st. This detail initially raised eyebrows, but Joshua quickly explained that he had made the calls himself, desperately trying to reach Kimberly's friends and acquaintances to figure out where she had spent the night and why she hadn't returned. He referred to her as his little sister. With the help of Liz, authorities documented what Kimberly was last seen wearing and created a composite sketch highlighting 2 of her distinguishing tattoos, a scorpion and an infinity symbol on her waist. On March 4th, firefighters responded to an emergency call about a fire in an abandoned house in Queens. Once the flames were extinguished, they made a horrifying discovery in the basement: a burned, bound, and gagged body. Forensic experts determined that the remains belonged to a woman in her early 20s. A few strands of long black hair had survived the fire, and traces of duct tape were found on the arms and legs. But the most chilling revelation was that she had been alive when the fire started. As forensic teams sifted through the ashes and analyzed dental records, it became evident that the fire had been deliberately set. The strong scent of gasoline and the staged nature of the scene left no doubt it was arson, not an accident. Eventually, dental analysis confirmed the worst fears. The remains belonged to Kimberly. The lead detective on the case was devastated upon receiving the confirmation. As expected, Kimberly's parents, Tommy and Marlene, were shattered. The brutal nature of her death sent shockwaves through the city, making headlines across major newspapers. Even in a place notorious for violent and bizarre crimes, Kimberly's murder stood out in its cruelty. No one could comprehend why someone would go to such lengths to destroy a young woman who had lived an upstanding life. Her funeral was attended by many loved ones, including Liz and Joshua. But while the case was garnering significant attention, the investigation had hit a wall. Determined not to let his daughter's killer go free, Tommy offered a $10,000 reward for any information leading to an arrest. He personally stationed himself outside Kimberly's old apartment building, questioning residents, searching for any clue that could assist law enforcement. Over time, this pursuit consumed him, turning into an all-encompassing mission. He spent 12 to 16 hours a day seeking answers, refusing to give up. One day, as Tommy wrestled with the unsolved mystery, he recalled something strange. Unanswered calls on Kimberly's answering machine, but no voicemail messages. The detail gnawed at him, making him question everything. A breakthrough seemed possible when officers located Kimberly's car parked in a quiet area, not far from where her body was found. They hoped to uncover fingerprints inside, but aside from a single strand of her hair and an earring, the vehicle had been meticulously cleaned. Any hope of major forensic evidence evaporated. As if the tragedy wasn't enough, Tommy soon found himself under suspicion. Rumors circulated that his wealth and success linked him to the local mafia. Some even speculated that Kimberly's death was a targeted attack against him. People from his own circle whispered accusations, but Tommy vehemently denied any involvement, both in Kimberly's murder and in any illicit dealings. When authorities conducted their own investigation into his business affairs, they found nothing illegal. Tommy was completely clean, yet, despite clearing his name, the case was growing cold. Months passed, leaving Tommy haunted by unanswered questions. Then, in July of that same year, a young man was arrested for burglary. Unexpectedly, he provided police with a shocking lead. He claimed to have overheard an acquaintance bragging about committing Kimberly's murder with a group of friends. The person he named? Joshua. Intrigued by this new lead, investigators called Joshua in for questioning again. He denied any involvement. However, during his conversation with detectives, he let something slip. He mentioned that, if he had been Kimberly's captor, he would have at least fed her. That statement set off alarms. Nowhere in the media coverage had there been any mention that Kimberly had suffered from starvation, dehydration, or exposure. Only police and forensic teams knew this grim detail, having deliberately withheld it from the public. Even Tommy had been kept in the dark to spare him from more pain. With suspicions mounting, detectives decided to dig deeper into Joshua's past. What they found only strengthened their case against him. In October 1989, he had been charged with promoting activities related to prostitution. 2 years later, he was arrested again, this time for assault and illegal imprisonment. At the time of Kimberly's disappearance, he was unemployed and living off his girlfriend's income while taking care of their young child, a lifestyle that gave him ample time to plan a crime. Investigators also noted that Joshua had been familiar with Kimberly's routines, which only raised more questions. If this was about money, why hadn't there been a ransom demand? Some speculated that Joshua saw no other way out, and in a desperate last-minute decision, chose to get rid of Kimberly. When investigators closely analyzed his phone records from that morning, they uncovered blatant lies in his statements. The numbers he dialed were mostly random contacts, people with no ties to Kimberly. Further digging into his search history revealed that on March 1st, Joshua had sent a series of cryptic messages. As law enforcement tightened their grip on him, they eventually reached one of his acquaintances, Julio. Not only did Julio confess, but he also cooperated fully, providing detectives with missing pieces of the puzzle. His statements led authorities to identify 2 other potential accomplices, Jose Negrin, who despite sharing a last name with Julio, was not related to him, and Nicola Libretti, a known figure in the criminal underworld, infamous under the alias Little Yi, or Pequeño Joda in Spanish. With 4 suspects, all with names starting with J, the case took a chilling turn. Within hours, both Joshua and Nicholas were placed under arrest. Nicola, already well known to law enforcement, had an extensive record that included robbery, illegal possession of firearms, and assault. However, by the time authorities connected Jose to the plot, he had already become the victim of a fatal shooting. Investigators strongly suspected Joshua was behind his death, eliminating him to prevent any betrayal regarding Kimberly's fate. During questioning, Joshua denied everything. Nicholas, on the other hand, backed Julio's version of events. Through testimonies and gathered evidence, the grim truth was pieced together. Joshua had concocted his most ambitious plan right under Kimberly's roof. Blinded by her expensive car, stylish clothes, and well-off father, he saw nothing but dollar signs. On March 1st, 1995, Joshua and his accomplices kidnapped Kimberly, intending to extort her father for $75,000. They confined her to a freezing basement in an abandoned house, bound and gagged to prevent any cries for help. But their plan quickly unraveled due to their own incompetence. When they attempted to contact Kimberly's father, Tommy, to demand the ransom, they failed miserably. One of them neglected to wait for the answering machine to beep, so the message was never recorded. Hours passed with no response from Tommy. Unaware that their own carelessness was to blame for the silence, Joshua and his associates panicked. Their worry deepened when a supposed psychic's comments about the letter J left them convinced they were exposed. Terrified and clueless, they saw no way out. Joshua came up with the most horrific solution. The 3 of them returned to where Kimberly, nearly frozen from the bitter cold, barely moved. Stricken by fear, they doused her in gasoline and set her on fire. Julio was later charged as an accessory, while Joshua and Nicholas faced first-degree murder charges. When Tommy learned of the arrest, he admitted that they brought him little solace. On live television, he stated that, for months, he had imagined taking justice into his own hands. But in the end, no matter how it happened, his daughter was gone forever. During his trial in November 1996, Joshua refused to testify and maintained his innocence. However, after a swift 2-week trial, the jury found him guilty. At his sentencing hearing, Joshua addressed the court, offering condolences to the Antonakis family and insisting he had never harmed Kimberly, whom he described as a precious jewel. As he spoke, Kimberly's mother broke down, leaning on her ex-husband's shoulder in tears. It was the first time she had faced her daughter's murderer since the funeral. For 9 excruciating minutes, the courtroom was filled with grief. The judge sentenced Joshua to at least 58 years in prison for Kimberly's murder. He then added that, had the death penalty been reinstated in New York just a little earlier, he would have had no hesitation in imposing it. Tommy, however, made it clear he thought the punishment was far too lenient. Nikolai was tried the following year and received the same sentence. As for Julio, he was convicted as an accomplice and received a 6-year prison sentence for his role in the crime and for failing to stop it. Case 3. It was just past 3 a.m. in Gamber, Ohio, and the last few employees of Pirates Cove were locking up for the night. Among them was 20-year-old Emily Murray, a college student with big dreams and a kind heart. That shift was supposed to be her last. She had decided to quit her job to focus on school and her future. As she walked out into the quiet night, her car was waiting just a few steps away. She had told her coworkers she was heading straight to her dorm to get some sleep, but something happened between the restaurant and her destination, something no one saw coming. By morning, Emily was nowhere to be found. Her bed was untouched, her books still on the shelf. She had missed class, hadn't called anyone, and worst of all, she skipped a close friend's birthday party, something she had been excited about for weeks. At first, people thought there had to be an explanation. Maybe she just needed space. But as the hours passed, worry turned into fear. Then, weeks later, investigators made a shocking discovery in an unexpected place, a clue that would change everything and reveal a horrifying truth about what really happened to Emily that night. Emily Murray was born on February 19, 1980, in the quiet town of Sleepy Hollow, nestled in Westchester County, New York. The youngest of 4 siblings, she was raised in a privileged household alongside her 2 older brothers and a sister. Her childhood was filled with warmth, strong family ties, and a deep sense of belonging. When Emily was just 2 years old, her family moved to Ohio. Her father, a respected academic, had been offered a prestigious leadership role at a renowned scientific university, while her mother devoted herself to caring for their children and creating a nurturing home. The Murray children thrived under their parents' guidance, excelling in school and pursuing ambitious academic goals. Emily, in particular, displayed a strong passion for biology and medicine. With a brilliant mind and an unshakable work ethic, she consistently ranked at the top of her class. Despite her demanding studies, Emily found time to work part-time, often donating her earnings to charitable causes. Her upbringing was deeply rooted in faith, as her parents were devout Christians who instilled in their children the values of kindness and generosity. Emily embraced these teachings wholeheartedly. After finishing high school, she took a year off to travel with humanitarian organizations, assisting communities in New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and various parts of Europe. In 1998, she enrolled at Kenyon College in Gamber, Ohio, moving into campus housing to fully immerse herself in the college experience. Friends and classmates admired Emily for her vibrant energy and infectious optimism. She was kind-hearted, approachable, and driven, yet she also had a deeply introspective side, often pouring her thoughts into a personal journal. By the year 2000, Emily was well into her junior year. In addition to her rigorous coursework, she actively participated in church-led volunteer work and took on evening shifts as a waitress at a local restaurant. Her schedule was packed, but she handled it all with remarkable grace. On the morning of November 3, 2000, Emily's dorm roommates noticed something unusual. Her bed was empty. While it wasn't uncommon for college students to stay out late, Emily was always considerate and would let her friends know if she had other plans. Initially, they assumed she had stayed late at work or gone straight to class, but when they saw that her textbooks and notes were still untouched on her shelf, a sense of unease crept in. Throughout the morning, her friends asked around, hoping someone had seen her, but as the hours passed, it became clear that no one had. Emily had failed to attend her classes and had missed an event she had been eagerly anticipating, a close friend's birthday party. She had even helped organize a surprise for the celebration, making her absence all the more alarming. With growing concern, Emily's friends reached out to her family. When her parents heard the news, they were immediately overwhelmed with fear. That very night, they drove to Gamber, Ohio, to assist in the search for their daughter. By morning, the entire Murray family, including Emily's older siblings, had arrived on campus, desperate for answers. Word of her disappearance spread rapidly across the college community. Students, faculty, and volunteers organized search efforts, scouring the town for any sign of Emily. It wasn't long before another unsettling discovery was made. Her dark green Subaru, a birthday gift from her father, was missing as well. The family's first course of action was to report Emily's disappearance to campus security. However, their concerns were met with indifference. Security personnel suggested she had likely gone off with a boyfriend and would return soon, but the Mauis knew better. Emily would never leave without informing someone. More than 24 hours had passed, and with campus authorities proving unhelpful, her family turned to local law enforcement. To their dismay, the police also downplayed the situation, speculating that Emily might have taken an impromptu trip. It wasn't until officers searched her dorm room and found her ID, bank cards, and other personal belongings untouched that they realized something was seriously wrong. As the investigation began, authorities focused on Emily's last known whereabouts. The last place she had been seen was the restaurant where she worked, Pirates Cove, a popular hangout for students due to its affordability and proximity to campus. That night, November 2nd, 2000, was Emily's final shift at the restaurant. She had decided to quit her job due to her overwhelming schedule, hoping to lighten her workload. Balancing academics, volunteer work, and evening shifts had become too much, and she needed to prioritize her studies. Many of her friends had stopped by that evening to support her on her last shift. As the night wound down, Emily officially clocked out at 2 a.m., but she stayed an extra 30 minutes to help with closing duties. Her co-workers, Olivia, a fellow waitress, and David, the bartender, were among the last people to see her. Together, they cleaned up the restaurant, finishing around 2:45 a.m. The final employee to leave was Gregory McKnight, a 24-year-old cook who locked up the restaurant at 3:15 a.m. By all accounts, Emily had been in good spirits that night, cheerful, friendly, and acting completely normal. She told her coworkers she was heading straight back to her dorm to get some sleep before her morning classes. There was no mention of any other plans, nothing out of the ordinary, just another late shift at work, another night in her usual routine. During the investigation, detectives combed through Emily's dorm room, searching for any clues that might explain her sudden disappearance. Among her belongings, they discovered a personal journal filled with deeply introspective entries. What they read was unsettling. Despite her outward optimism, Emily had been silently battling depression. She was known for her empathy, often absorbing the pain of others and struggling to shake the sorrow that came with it. Through her charitable work, she had seen firsthand the injustices and suffering in the world, and the weight of it all sometimes felt unbearable. She wrote about feeling overwhelmed, about moments of despair, about the exhaustion that came with caring so deeply. Though there was no mention of self-harm or any drastic plans, investigators couldn't dismiss the possibility that Emily had chosen to walk away from her life. This theory, however, was met with fierce resistance from her loved ones. Her family and friends insisted that Emily's faith was too strong for such an act. She was deeply religious, and her beliefs did not align with the idea of a future. In fact, her journal painted a different picture, one of ambition and hope. She had dreamed of a full life, envisioning a future with a husband, children, and a home filled with love. There was no indication that she was planning to disappear by choice. Yet, since Emily's car was missing along with her, authorities initially entertained the theory that she might have left on her own, seeking space to reflect. Between her recent breakup with her boyfriend and the stress of resigning from her job, perhaps she needed time away. The natural starting point for the investigation was Emily's ex-boyfriend, Adam. Their relationship had lasted over a year and was marked by periods of both affection and turbulence, with multiple breakups and reconciliations. But this time, Emily had ended things for good. Adam had accepted the breakup, and according to their last conversation, it had been amicable. However, detectives still needed to consider whether he had struggled to move on. When questioned, Adam was visibly distraught over Emily's disappearance. He was cooperative, providing a detailed account of his whereabouts that night. He and his roommate had stopped by the Pirates Cove, but left around midnight, returning to their dorm. Their alibi was confirmed by other students who had seen them in their dorm room throughout the night. With no evidence linking him to Emily's disappearance, Adam was quickly ruled out as a suspect. With Adam eliminated, detectives turned their attention to Emily's workplace. It wasn't long before they uncovered an intriguing lead, a workplace connection that could have been more than just professional. A cook at the Pirates Cove revealed that the bartender, David, had been interested in Emily romantically, but she had never reciprocated his feelings. David had worked the same shift as Emily on the night she disappeared. Had he waited outside for her? Had he acted on unrequited feelings? David was called in for further questioning. He admitted to having once asked Emily out, but insisted that he had taken her rejection gracefully. He maintained that their interactions remained friendly and professional. His alibi was airtight. His father had picked him up from work that night, and they had immediately left town to attend his sister's wedding. The alibi checked out, and he was ruled out as a suspect. However, another name soon emerged, another cook at the restaurant, Dave Yoakum. Yoakum was known for his awkward and often abrasive interactions with women. Co-workers described him as socially inept, easily angered, and prone to making crude remarks when rejected. Several waitresses had experienced his unwelcome advances, and Emily was no exception. What made Yoakum even more suspicious was the timing of his sudden departure from the restaurant. Just 4 days after Emily's disappearance, he was fired following a heated argument at work. Detectives wasted no time tracking Yoakum down. When questioned, he expressed shock at being considered a suspect. He readily provided an alibi. On the night Emily disappeared, he had attended a concert in a nearby city. Multiple friends confirmed his story, and ticket receipts corroborated his claim. With Yoakum cleared, the case hit another dead end. As weeks passed with no new leads, hope began to wane. Then, an unexpected piece of information surfaced. 2 months before Emily vanished, on October 1st, 2000, a minor car accident occurred on the outskirts of Harrison, a small town in Ohio. A man named Ronaldo Hopkins had been driving home when an old Buick swerved into his lane, causing a collision. Hopkins got out to check the damage and noticed something unusual. The trunk of the other driver's car had popped open from the impact, revealing a firearm inside. Alarmed, Hopkins called the police. The driver was fined and the weapon was confiscated, but authorities allowed him to leave. At the time, this incident seemed like nothing more than a routine accident. But on December 9, 2000, more than a month after Emily's disappearance, that same driver was charged with theft. When officers were sent to his residence, a trailer in a remote, desolate part of town, they stumbled upon something unexpected. Parked behind the trailer was a dark green Subaru. When they ran the plates, they confirmed the shocking truth. The vehicle belonged to Emily Murray. The discovery sent shockwaves through the investigation. Whoever lived in that trailer was now the prime suspect. Authorities moved quickly, ready to uncover the truth about what had really happened to Emily Murray. As investigators dug deeper into Emily Murray's disappearance, all evidence led them to one chilling conclusion. The man responsible had been in plain sight all along. The suspect was none other than Gregory McKnight, the cook from Pirates Cove, who had subtly diverted attention away from himself by pointing fingers at his co-workers. Detectives wasted no time securing a warrant for his trailer. When officers arrived at the remote property, they found the door lock broken. Stepping inside, they were immediately hit with an overwhelming stench, the unmistakable smell of decomposition. The source was soon discovered. At the back of the trailer, wrapped in a rug, lay the remains of a young woman. Though there was little doubt it was Emily, forensic testing confirmed it. The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head, fired at close range. Spent shell casings and blood spatter patterns indicated that the murder had taken place inside the trailer. With the discovery of Emily's body, the case shifted focus. It was no longer a question of whether something terrible had happened to her. It was now about bringing the person responsible to justice. Later that same day, Gregory McKnight was arrested. Interestingly, his initial charges had nothing to do with Emily's murder. He was taken into custody for his alleged involvement in an armed robbery. However, once confronted with the evidence found in his trailer, McKnight refused to speak. He declined to answer any questions and immediately demanded a lawyer. At the time, investigators still lacked direct proof tying him to Emily's murder, but with her remains found inside his property, they knew they had their suspect. As the investigation continued, detectives turned their attention to McKnight's surroundings. His trailer was isolated, set apart from the rest of the trailer park. The property itself was a mess, cluttered with garbage, rusted-out vehicles, and signs of neglect. During a thorough search of the area, officers noticed something odd. A small, overgrown well covered by a rusted metal sheet, weighed down by fallen branches. The moment they removed the cover, they knew they had found something significant. The well was drained, and at the bottom, investigators uncovered human remains. The skeletal structure suggested the victim was male. Scattered bone fragments were also found nearby. Forensic testing quickly linked the remains to an unsolved missing persons case. 6 months earlier, a 20-year-old college student named Gregory Julius had vanished without a trace. Julius had last been seen with none other than Gregory McKnight. Julius' girlfriend had reported him missing after he failed to return home from a party. According to her, Julius had told her he was going to the gathering with McKnight. When questioned at the time, McKnight claimed the two had argued at the party and that Julius had left with other people. Since there was no physical evidence connecting him to the disappearance, the case went cold. But now, Julius' girlfriend was called in to identify key pieces of evidence found in the well, tattered clothing and personal items that had once belonged to him. A forensic examination of his bones revealed deep, saw-like cuts, indicating that his body had been dismembered with crude tools. Further investigation revealed another disturbing fact. Shortly after Julius went missing, McKnight had illegally sold his car. The vehicle had been hastily repainted and the license plates replaced in an attempt to conceal its identity. When police recovered it, forensic analysis revealed traces of Julius' blood in the trunk, suggesting his body had been transported inside. Inside McKnight's trailer, authorities found an axe, a shovel and other tools, all bearing forensic evidence linking them to Julius' murder. But who was Gregory McKnight? He was born on November 12, 1976, in a struggling neighborhood in Columbus, Ohio. Raised in a household with little parental supervision, he turned to crime at a young age. By the time he was 14, he had already been caught stealing. At 15, he was involved in a botched robbery that ended in a fatality. Due to his age, McKnight was sentenced to only 6 years in a juvenile detention center. He was released in 1997 and attempted to rebuild his life. He married a woman named Catherine, and together they had 2 children. At one point, McKnight had saved enough money to purchase a trailer, but before his family could move in, he had already begun using it for far more sinister purposes. In May 2000, McKnight murdered Julius, disposing of his body in the well behind his trailer. 6 months later, he killed Emily Murray, leaving her remains to decompose inside the trailer itself. During the investigation, McKnight's wife, Catherine, admitted she had long suspected something was off. He would frequently visit the trailer alone, refusing to let her come near it. She had assumed he was using it as a hideout or meeting place for criminal activity, but she had never imagined the horrific truth. Despite the overwhelming amount of evidence against McKnight, much of it was circumstantial when it came to Julius' murder. Since investigators couldn't determine the exact location where Julius was killed, prosecutors were unable to seek the death penalty for that case. Emily's case, however, was more straightforward. Her remains had been found inside McKnight's trailer, and all evidence pointed to the crime occurring there. Yet one question remained unanswered. Why? Unlike many violent crimes, there was no clear motive. Emily had not been robbed or assaulted, and her car had been left abandoned behind the trailer. Even co-workers who had worked alongside McKnight testified that he had always treated Emily with respect. Prosecutors theorized that McKnight had lured Emily into a trap, possibly playing on her kindness and asking for help. Once inside the trailer, something triggered his violent outburst. Perhaps he had harbored feelings for her, and after being rejected, his rage spiraled out of control. Throughout the trial, McKnight remained silent, refusing to explain his actions. At one point, his defense team attempted to paint Emily as a deeply troubled individual who had been struggling with depression, arguing that McKnight had only assisted her in ending her life. This claim was met with outrage from Emily's loved ones and was ultimately dismissed by the court. In 2002, Gregory McKnight was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, along with charges of kidnapping and armed robbery. He was sentenced to death. For years, McKnight sat on death row, filing appeals in an attempt to overturn his sentence. In 2015, he made an unexpected request. He asked for his execution to be carried out as soon as possible, stating that he preferred death over life in prison. However, not long after, he changed his mind and resumed his legal battles. In 2020, McKnight filed a complaint alleging racial discrimination during his trial, claiming that the all-white jury had been biased against him. His case was reviewed, but his conviction and sentence remained unchanged. Today, Gregory McKnight remains on death row, awaiting the final chapter in his long and brutal legacy. Case 4. On the night of June 25, 1980, a college student, Jay Littrell, pulled his car over at the edge of Droop Mountain Park in Pocahontas County, West Virginia. The area was desolate in that moment, and as he stepped out of his vehicle, his eye caught something in the distance. 2 figures, it appeared, lying on the ground. At first, he minded his own business, thinking it was a couple wrapped up in the moment. Except they weren't making a sound. As he got closer, that's when he realized they weren't making a sound because they weren't even moving. And that's because they were dead. The victims had been executed at close range and left out there. They were 26-year-old Vicky Durian and 19-year-old Nancy Santamero, two young hitchhikers making their way from Iowa to West Virginia for the Rainbow Gathering, a festival promoting unity and that sort of crunchy, earthy lifestyle. Instead of fun, though, they met a killer. What makes this case even more eerie is that there should have been three of them. Liz Jandro was supposed to be with them. The trio had met up on their journeys, but the day before the murders, Jandro had an uneasy feeling, one she just couldn't shake. As such, she decided to take a different path, parting ways with her friends at a Virginia truck stop. Some would call it intuition, others fate. Whatever it was, it saved her life. The Rainbow Gathering was already being viewed with suspicion by some of the rural residents there. Outsiders flooding their quiet towns with their unconventional ways didn't sit right with them, as you can imagine. When the two young women turned up dead in that remote clearing, the unspoken tensions boiled over. Those who had gathered thought the perpetrators must be some angry local trying to send a message. The locals thought the opposite, that with all these weird people in town doing God knows what, this is the kind of stuff that ends up happening. Eventually strangers bringing trouble to places they didn't belong and shouldn't be at. Investigators combed the crime scene, but in the end found little in terms of evidence. There was no sign of assault or robbery. Somewhat, it appeared, it just brought these women out there with the sole purpose of shooting them, each multiple times with a .38 revolver. The authorities weren't sure either, but always suspected that it was probably a local who had done it. The main reason for that is because if it were someone from the festival, then they likely would have wanted more out of the whole thing, and not just the thrill of the kill. Also, the location where the girls were found was a bit tucked away. In other words, you needed to know this area existed and how to access it, just like Jay, who discovered the bodies. He was a local. So with that in the back of the authorities' minds, they found it very interesting when a couple years later, a local farmer named Jacob Beard began to call up Vicky Durian's parents. He made a good amount of those calls, where he liked to express to them about how the case haunted him, and how he felt a deep sadness about the whole tragedy of it all going down. During one of those conversations, he even urged Durian's father to contact the FBI, criticizing the local authorities as small town and incapable of solving the case. When investigators questioned Beard, he said he had only called to express his sympathy, but the calls stopped after that. With eyes on Beard, police began talking to people around town who knew the farmer. Then one after another, they found people who claimed that he had, at one point or another, told them that he was the trigger man. Eventually, in 1993, he was finally brought to trial. The evidence was mostly circumstantial, but 6 witnesses had similar stories coming from Beard, essentially confessing. Though some recanted those statements later on, the fact that he called the families didn't put him in a good light. He was found guilty and then sentenced to life in prison, but his legal team put up a fight. They uncovered new evidence over the years and eyewitness testimonies that placed Beard far from the crime scene. In 1999, nearly 2 decades after the Rainbow murders, the conviction was thrown out. Beard was retried and acquitted in 2000, and later sued for wrongful conviction, and was awarded $2 million in damages. And that was where justice, or a lack thereof, ended in this story. And to this day, who actually committed the crimes has never been discovered. West Virginia's New River Gorge is a breathtaking landscape. Its towering cliffs and wild waters carving through the Appalachian Mountains make it one of the most scenic places you'll find in America. But as is often the story, with a lot of nice spots, beneath the beauty there's a long history soaked in blood, corruption, and tragedy. For over a century, that gorge was the lifeblood of West Virginia's coal industry. From the 1870s through the 1950s, coal towns sprung up wherever the mines were dug. But these weren't regular towns because everything in them, the houses, the stores, even the police, were all owned by the coal company. And that meant that the workers weren't just employees, they were essentially owned. And they were paid in company script, which meant their wages could only be spent at company-owned stores, with prices set by their bosses. So a nice little circular flow of money for the men in power. And if you didn't follow the rules, or if you ever spoke out, the company police would make sure you never did it again. A life in these coal camps was violent and ruthless, but then just as quickly as the boom came, it also died. The coal ran out, Mines shut down, which meant the town slowly became crumbling, rusted-out ruins, scattered throughout the forest. But strangely, something did stay behind, it appears. The hikers and explorers who venture into the ghost towns of New River Gorge report many eerie encounters. When you hear the stories of the tragedies here, you can understand why perhaps some of the restless souls still linger and are trapped to this day, just like they were trapped in those mines. For starters, there's the reoccurring story of the Phantom Train. Its origins come from the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway that once cut through this wilderness to carry the coal in and out. Multiple witnesses have reported seeing a steam engine barreling down the old tracks, only for it to vanish into thin air. And some have heard the whistle blow in the middle of the night, when of course there is no train. Then there are the reports of an unseen force shoving people near the tracks, almost as if something or someone doesn't want them there. Of all the tragedies buried in these hills, none are more horrifying than what happened at Hawk's Nest Tunnel. In the 1930s, over 3,000 men were sent into Gauley Mountain to dig a tunnel by hand, and it was dark, cramped, and suffocating. With no proper ventilation, the workers breathed in deadly amounts of silica every single day. Their lungs hardened over time, suffocating them from the inside out. And some estimates say over 1/3 of the miners died here on the job. Their bodies were buried in unmarked graves, some just pulled off into the woods and left there to this day. Historians call it one of the worst industrial disasters in all of U.S. history. My name is Walter Kunikij. I work in the tunnel 4 or 5 weeks every day out here. As such, visitors to Hawk's Nest nowadays report disembodied voices coughing in the darkness and shadows lurking in the tunnel. And some say they felt hands gripping their arms, willing to turn around and find nothing. Others have heard screams echoing through the rock, screams of men who died for a paycheck that would never be spent. Then there's Thurman, and this was a wild town back in the day. And trains roared through here, carrying miners eager to drink and gamble, their only chance to escape their harsh reality. The saloons here overflowed with liquor, cash, and fighting, and so the bodies, well, they piled up. A traveler might win big at the card table, only to be mugged, murdered, and thrown into the river before sunrise. Some say those unlucky souls still haunt the streets. Visitors to Thurman have reported full-body apparitions, shadowy figures in old-fashioned clothes watching from the train depot. And so, if you ever find yourself walking through any of these forgotten places, well, pay attention. You might hear or see something unusual, the very thing that might change you into a true believer once and for all. 3. The crawl space. It was the Christmas season back in 2007, and in Huntington, West Virginia, 21-year-old Leah Hickman vanished without a trace. She was a journalism student at Marshall University, with dreams of telling stories that mattered. But tragically, when she was last seen alive on December 14th, Leah would become the story. Because a week later, the entire town of Huntington stood still as authorities uncovered her body in a place no one expected, stuffed inside a basement crawl space beneath her own apartment building. She had been strangled, though there were no signs of anything else being done to her. For nearly 2 decades now, the person responsible still remains free, but hopefully we can change that. It's something that no parents should ever have to go through. Leah lived in an apartment she shared with her half-sister, Jessica Vickers. And as the fall semester that year wrapped up, Leah was looking forward to heading home for the holidays. December 14th was rather uneventful in terms of clues. Leah spoke with a friend on the phone, mentioning plans to grab food at McDonald's. That would be the last confirmed interaction she had with anybody, as she was later seen leaving the apartment that evening, and based on evidence later found, it's believed she returned. Her McDonald's receipt was inside, and her car was still parked out front. No belongings, including her coat, purse, and keys, were left behind. When Jessica returned the next day, she immediately sensed something was wrong. Only a cell phone was missing, but everything else, everything she would have needed if she had left voluntarily, was still in the apartment. A real panic began to set in when she didn't show up for her shift the following day at Dress Bar. She was known to be reliable and never missed a shift without calling in. Her friends and family began searching, hoping this was just some misunderstanding. As hours turned into days and Leah remained missing, the gravity of the whole situation began to really sink in. Leah's mom reported her missing on December 16th, and immediately the search began. Law enforcement and volunteers flooded the city, searching for any trace of her, and the case began to pick up steam in the media. Then, a week later, on December 21st, came the devastating news. Leah's body, discovered in the crawlspace, had been tucked away in a dark, hidden area attached to the laundry room. It was a place only someone familiar with the building would have known about. So, from the beginning, investigators believed that Leah knew her killer. There were no signs of forced entry, or anything wrong with the apartment itself. So, whoever did this had likely been allowed in, but they then overpowered her without much of a fight. Maybe they had even been shown that little crawlspace by Leah herself at some point prior to the murder. Whoever did this was likely a friend, or even a lover. Still, despite all this clarity on the case, no arrests were ever made. No suspect was ever even officially named. In 2014, an eerie reminder of the case resurfaced when somebody spray-painted "Who Killed Leah Hickman" on the very building where she had lived and died. It was an odd, random occurrence on an otherwise insignificant April day. Police never revealed who was responsible for the message, or if it led to any new developments. For years, speculation has swirled around the people closest to the young woman. Was it somebody she trusted? A neighbor, maybe? You could speculate over many people, but no one has ever been caught. While investigators have never disclosed whether DNA was recovered, advances in forensic science continue to offer hope. Only his father, Ron, remains steadfast in his belief that someday, DNA technology will provide the answer they so desperately need. And hopefully that day will come soon. With all the advances they've had in technology, especially DNA technology, hopefully that will lead to a resolution in the case. Number 2. The Playground of Lost Souls. The story of Lake Shawnee Amusement Park technically begins in 1926, when entrepreneur Conley Sneed Sr. saw potential in an open stretch of land in Mercer County, West Virginia. He envisioned a grand playground for working-class families, a place where coal miners could bring their children to escape the drudgery of daily life. And for a time, his dream came true. The families flocked to the park, taking in the man-made swimming lake, the race track, and the small cabins built for overnight guests. But what Sneed didn't realize, and what no one at the time fully understood, was that this amusement park was built on land soaked in blood. By the 1950s, Lake Shawnee had already begun to cultivate an unsettling reputation. One of the most well-known incidents involved a young girl on a swing ride. She was having a great old time until the unthinkable happened. A delivery truck, either by mistake or cruel fate, backed directly into her swing at full speed. In an instant, she was killed on the spot. A few years later, another terrifying incident happened when a young boy drowned in the lake, his arm trapped in a drainage pipe as helpless onlookers watched. These tragedies, it appeared, were more than just isolated accidents. They were part of a pattern, one that stretched back centuries. By 1966, there were just too many bad things to ignore. It finally became too much. The park shut its doors and was abandoned. And for 2 decades, that's how it sat. But in the 1980s, a man named Gaylord White saw an opportunity. He acquired the land, planning to restore the amusement park to its former glory. And for a short time, Shawnee saw visitors once again. But it was doomed to fail. Rising insurance costs forced White to shut down after only 3 years. It seemed no matter how hard people tried, this place was destined to remain a ghost of what it once was. With the amusement park permanently closed, the White family then turned to other ideas. Fishing tournaments, mud-bogging events, anything to keep the land useful. And that's when they really uncovered something truly disturbing. While excavating for a mud-bogging track, the family stumbled upon human remains. They called in experts from Marshall University. What they found changed everything. Mass graves, buried beneath the soil were the bones of the Shawnee people. An estimated 3,000 remains in total, all resting beneath what had once been a place of fun and games. As it turns out, the land had also been home to Mitchell Clay, one of the first European settlers in Mercer County. And in 1783, his family became the target of a brutal Shawnee raid. His son and daughter were slaughtered on the property, while his third child, Ezekiel, was dragged into Ohio and burned alive. And their remains too were buried on the property. And so now the question became, was Lake Shawnee cursed? Or were the spirits of the past simply refusing to be forgotten? Now people have tried to answer those questions. Paranormal investigators, thrill seekers, and skeptics alike have all gone to check it out. Some say the little girl who died on the swings still lingers near the ride that took her life. Sometimes the seat will start to move. You'll feel cold air blowing through the seat and into the palm of your hand. And when you get to the middle, you'll feel something warm. And we believe that's her spirit. The boy who drowned in the lake is also said to roam the park. But rather than reliving his final moments, he watches over visitors, greeting them near the entrance, as if welcoming them into his world. Now there's many other stories, but interestingly, the spirits, if they do live here, don't seem to be vengeful. There are no reports of malevolent forces, demonic entities, or dark curses. Instead, the ghosts of Lake Shawnee seem to be playful. And so, Lake Shawnee Amusement Park may not be so abandoned as it appears. We're going to let the park do as it wants. We're going to let the land do whatever it wants to do. What does that mean? 37-year-old Tim Good was a dairy farmer with a kind heart. He worked tirelessly, tending to his 350-acre plot of land in Collinsville, Pennsylvania. He made a decent living at it, liked to help out the community, employing those in need who were willing to get their hands dirty. A young teen named Gene Kennedy was one of those people. A kid who needed stability, so Tim took him under his wing, giving him a life on the farm and a place to call home. The two of them bonded over strained family ties with those who used to be closest to them. And Tim, who was always trying to better himself, eventually found some more comfort in a preacher named David Freeman. Freeman was a man of faith, offering guidance, and Tim took to him like a duck to water. Within months, David and his wife Eliza weren't just working on the farm, they were living in Tim's house. Gene later recalled that things slowly began to take a dark turn when Tim began to listen to everything the preacher man had to say, putting him on a pedestal like so many people do with religious figures. Tim thought he found somebody he could trust, somebody that was pretty well educated that would more or less stick with him instead of everybody else turning him away. I think that's what Tim wanted and needed. And David, well, he took full advantage of this and soon started acting like he owned the farm. But one day he locked Gene out of the main house completely and even tried to physically attack him at one point. It took about a year, but having slowly dug his claws into the farm owner, Tim then made the announcement that he was selling the farm, his entire livelihood, for a reported $1 million. Instead of upgrading to something better though, he then bought a much smaller farm down in West Virginia, and David and his family moved right along with him. Gene, sensing danger, stayed behind in Pennsylvania, and his instincts were right because it wasn't long before Tim's new farm felt less like a home and more like a prison. A Freeman, through manipulation and control, had methodically stripped Tim of everything: his money, his independence, and eventually his freedom. While Freeman and his family lived upstairs in luxury, with a hot tub, large screen TVs, and a wet bar, while Tim was confined to a tiny, filthy room down in the basement. The neighbors started noticing his absence, but any questions were met with vague responses or outright lies. And then one day, Tim vanished completely. The last confirmed sighting of him was in November of 1993, when he purchased a handgun at a Walmart. He was probably sensing the danger he was in, though it doesn't appear he ever got the chance to defend himself. In October of 1994, nearly a year later, neighbors saw Freeman, his wife, and their children leaving the home in a taxi. A fallen tree had blocked the road, forcing them to stop to talk to some of the locals. When asked about Tim, Freeman claimed he had no idea where he was. I asked him where Tim was at, and he said he hadn't seen Tim for a long time, and he had no idea. Shortly after that, an intruder, perhaps a concerned neighbor, entered the now abandoned farmhouse and made a gruesome discovery. Tim Good's corpse was rotting in the basement, and it had been there for a long time. The air vents in the house that led downstairs had been sealed up, preventing the stench of decay from seeping into the rest of the home. And all the while, the Freemans upstairs freely continued on living, choosing only to take off once they had burned through all of Tim's cash. And when investigators searched the house, there they found Freeman's personal diaries. Page after page detailed the slow, psychological destruction of Tim Good. He wrote about how he manipulated him, how he controlled his eating, his work, and his every move. From there, for nearly 2 years, Freeman remained a ghost, and that is until one phone call changed everything. In 1996, a viewer watching Unsolved Mysteries recognized him and called in a tip. The next day, authorities descended on a house in Sterling and took Freeman, now going by Winston George Jelks, into custody. After years of manipulation, exploitation, and ultimately murder, you might expect Freeman to receive a harsh sentence, but that's not what happened. In October of '97, he pled guilty to voluntary manslaughter and was sentenced to just 10 years in prison. In 2018, Winston Jelks, David Freeman, whatever name he chose to hide behind, died from ALS. A slow, cruel disease took him in the end, but not before he had the chance to walk free. Case 5. March the 31st, 2023. a cool spring morning in Winona, Minnesota. The day started like any other for 26-year-old Madeline Kingsbury, a devoted mother, a hard-working professional, and a woman quietly preparing for a new chapter in her life. By 8 a.m., she and her longtime partner, Adam Fravel, dropped off their 2 young children at daycare. Security cameras captured her dark blue Chrysler Town and country minivan, pulling back into the driveway shortly after. And then she was gone. The Fillmore County community and surrounding areas are coming together to bring her home. When's the last time you heard from her or anything like that? This morning, when I last heard from her, I hugged her behind her and I said, "You don't end up like that in the community." And I know that was really bad. At 8:20 p.m., the Winona Police Department was called and an investigation was launched. When officers arrived at her home, they found no signs of forced entry, no struggle, no indication that Maddie had left willingly. Even more unsettling, her phone, wallet, ID, and keys were all inside. Her minivan was still parked outside. Whatever had happened to Maddie, it happened fast. For more than 2 months, search teams combed the fields, rivers, and wooded areas surrounding Winona. Thousands of volunteers joined the effort, but the only thing they found was silence. Then on June 7, 2023, that silence was shattered. Roughly 46 miles south of Winona, along a remote stretch of highway in Fillmore County, human remains were discovered in a wooded area near the Mississippi River. The condition of the body suggested it had been there for weeks, exposed to the elements, hidden from sight. Investigators worked quickly, but deep down, everyone feared what they already knew. 2 days later, on June 9, 2023, the worst was confirmed. The remains belonged to Madeline Kingsbury, the missing mother. The woman whose face had become a haunting reminder of unresolved tragedy had been found. But the discovery only led to more chilling questions. Who put her there? When? Why? As the investigation continued, the walls began closing in on one man. Please help us find Madeline. The children need their mother. We need our daughter, our sister, our aunt, and our best friend back. Madeline Kingsbury was born on June 1, 1996, in Winona, Minnesota. The youngest of 3 siblings, she grew up in a close-knit and loving family. Described as smart, kind, and full of life, Maddie had a sharp sense of humor and a strong work ethic that set her apart from an early age. She pursued her passion for public health at Winona State University, later securing a prestigious role at the Mayo Clinic as a clinical research coordinator. Ambitious and driven, she was also working toward a master's degree in public health administration to advance her career. But above all, Maddie was a devoted mother. Her 5-year-old daughter and 2-year-old son were her world. She was hands-on, nurturing, and determined to give them a bright future. Despite balancing work, school, and motherhood, she always put her children first. However, behind closed doors, Maddie's relationship with Adam Fravel, the father of her children, was far from perfect. Friends and family later revealed that Adam was controlling, manipulative, and emotionally abusive. Maddie had secretly begun searching for a new home, planning to leave him and start fresh, but she never got the chance. Friday, March 31st, 2023, started out as a normal morning. Maddie and Adam got up early, got their kids dressed, and headed out the door. By 8 a.m., they dropped the children off at daycare together. Security footage captured them exiting the minivan, Maddie standing beside the vehicle as Adam walked the children inside. At 8:15 a.m., Maddie's phone sent what would be her final text message. It was nothing out of the ordinary, just a routine response. But from that moment on, Maddie's voice would go silent. According to Adam, he and Maddie returned home together. He claimed she told him she had a work meeting, and that she planned to head to Rochester for the day. But by 10 a.m., Adam says she was simply gone. His version of events was simple. Maddie had left on her own, but there was one glaring problem. Her phone, wallet, keys, and ID were all still inside the house. Her car was still parked in the driveway. How could she have left with no means of transportation? That evening, after repeated unanswered calls, Maddie's family contacted the Winona Police Department. Officers arrived at her home and conducted a welfare check. They knocked. They searched. But there was no sign of Maddie, no sign of where she could have gone. And so the search for Madeline Kingsbury began. But was she supposed to pick up the children today? Yes, usually. So we usually do drop-offs and pick-ups together. And this morning, we both did the drop-off. And I couldn't get any response from her since before 10 or whatever. And I tried calling her. We usually pick up the kids around 4:15. And I tried calling her a bunch of times. I think 3.30 and like 3.45 and 4. And I didn't get any response. So I just picked up the kids myself. You know anybody in town she might be with? Any clubs or organizations she's affiliated with? Not clubs or anything. She do like a weekly thing? Like a girls' night out or anything like that, usually? No, nothing like that. Anywhere else in town you think she might be? At this time of night, no. Did she ever go to the bars at all? No, we were not drinkers at all. From the start, investigators zeroed in on Adam Fravel. He was the last person to see Maddie alive. His story was inconsistent. His behavior was unusual. And something about his timeline didn't add up. I left the house around 10 to bring some stuff down to my parents. And then when I came back home, I noticed that my car was still there. She was going to take my car to work today, and my car was still there. And she wasn't there. That's the last I saw from her. And then I tried texting her, I tried calling her, and I haven't heard anything since. And you had the van today, correct? Yep. I left my phone and stuff down to my parents. Gotcha. And your car was still there, and you now have your car, correct? Correct. So does she usually ride with anybody to work, or is there anybody she could be with right now? She doesn't usually ride with anybody to work, but she has you four. She had a couple coworkers in the morning, so that's what I figured she did. But I don't know. Adam told police that after Maddie left, he had taken her minivan to move some of his belongings to a storage unit. He said he returned home around 11:30 a.m., found the house empty, and assumed Maddie had gone to work. But what Adam didn't expect was that police would uncover surveillance footage that told a very different story. At 9:45 a.m., security cameras captured Adam switching the license plates on Maddie's minivan. It was a strange, calculated move, one that suggested he was trying to make the vehicle unrecognizable. Why would someone do that unless they had something to hide? Police also discovered a 45-minute gap in Adam's whereabouts that morning, a window of time when his location could not be accounted for. And when authorities searched Maddie's home, they found no evidence that she had left willingly. No packed bags, no travel plans, just a mother who had seemingly vanished into thin air. Are you any closer to finding a suspect or person of interest? Again, it's open and active. The leads that are coming in is unbelievable. We are actually getting hundreds of them. We have a lot of information that we're trying to process right now to help do that. So it continues to be open and active. As the investigation deepened, police began to uncover a history of abuse. Friends and family came forward, revealing that Adam had threatened Maddie before. He had once pinned her down and told her she would end up like Gabby Petito if she didn't listen. Maddie had confided in a friend, texting it wasn't funny. That's what sealed it for me. She was afraid of him. The evidence was piling up. But without a body, police couldn't yet make an arrest. All they could do was wait. For more than 2 months, search teams combed through fields, rivers, and wooded areas, hoping to find Maddie. Thousands of volunteers joined the effort, but there was nothing. Then on June 7, 2023, police received a tip. A discovery had been made. Human remains were found near a wooded area in Fillmore County, roughly 46 miles from Maddie's home. The location was strategic, hidden, far from immediate suspicion. But law enforcement had been watching Adam's movements for weeks. They knew this area was familiar to him, and when the forensic results came in, the worst was confirmed. The remains belonged to Madeline Kingsbury. Adam, I'll ask again. Do you know where Maddie is? Did you have anything to do with her disappearance? I do not. I think you're dealing with a lot here. I think you've been dealing with a lot here. You have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old together. So I think something happened in that apartment. From your perspective, why would I hurt or make the mother of my children? Because you're pissed? I don't know that. Maybe it just happened. I don't know. But more happened, Adam. And I'm not saying that on a whim. I'm saying that based on the last 30 hours that we've spent on this case. Adam, you got to live too. And I just think you're holding back here. You know more. No, I don't. I don't know. Maddie and I do not have any history of all of self-violence. Besides emotional. Unfortunately, that's not what I heard either. We've never laid hands on each other or anything like that. So why someone would say that, I don't know. I know I can tell you what to do. I don't. I'm struggling because you guys went home. Her jacket was in the house. Her bag for work was there. Where was her phone? Did you guys ever find her phone? Oh, okay. So why would she leave all that behind? And no vehicle's gone, and her jacket is there. I'm stuck there. And then you leave a couple hours later, and I'm just having a hard time with it. Adam, Do you know that there's like some zip ties or something in the back of your van? Yeah. What's up with that? I think we have that like in the storage compartment or something like that back there, where she has other material stuff. Okay. Just stuff that they keep in the van. Okay. And what do you use those for? I don't know why, but I just put those there. To tie it with something. Oh, maybe because a couple weekends ago, she took the van up to her dad. Her dad put a new oil pan. She sometimes major repairs, on the engine. And I know we had to zip tie something. Maddie mentioned she had to zip tie vacuum holders or something together. Maybe that's what it was on. But I've never personally seen it. Timeline is off. And these text messages where you're kind of suddenly worried about her, they don't make sense. And they almost seem like they're intentional. They almost seem like their bread comes to you, and you knew the police would pick up. Okay, and I'm trying to work with you here. Again, I'm just saying, now, I'm not going to say, look, okay, now my mom is up, and I'm probably going to have to get a lawyer. Okay, and you can do a move if you want. Okay, I mean, you can ask what you want, and I'll answer. I'm just saying, I'm putting up my defense now. I've been working with you guys completely, but now I'm getting accused of stuff. So, well, I'm tired of that. I say we're just going to have to. No, I get that too. So, only because, alright, here we go again. You were the last one to have seen her. Also, you didn't have her. You're the only one who talked to her. You didn't have access to her cars. You went home with her. And so that's why. That's why I ended up leaving. I don't know. I'm just as confused as you guys. You know what I mean? And I know I get it. I'm a prospect, and we recently broke up and everything. I get it. But I'm completely complaining. I mean, right? Yeah, you've been great. You've been cooperative, absolutely. And I appreciate that. Whatever you guys are doing. Thank you for that. I'm struggling with where she went. I know. You're infatuated with the Gabby Petito story. Your own words. Yeah. When they said that I was a suspect. My biggest fear right now is that no, I get it. This is mimicking that case. I get it. And the guy that's infatuated, that case, is sitting right in front of me. And he's doing a really good job keeping it together. And I'm not buying it. And I'm not. I just want to find her. For your kids. Like I said, your own admission, you're infatuated with the Gabby Petito story. This case is rearing some eerily similar circumstances. She also said that you made a comment to her that if she doesn't listen, that she's going to end up like Gabby Petito. That's what she told several people. And we interviewed those people. And they told us that individually, not having talked with each other. I know what you're talking about. So this was it still sounds so bad. This was when that was going down. I don't know when this Gabby Petito thing happened in 2020. But I just remember, I was infatuated with the case. I was mad with it. I was just into the mood of it. And, I can remember it very vividly. And I went outside. I think I put trash outside. I came back in. And then I came up behind her and hugged her. And it was so stupid. I was just trying to make a joke. But I hugged her behind her and I said, "You don't end up like Gabby Petito, do you?" And I know that was really bad. That was a really stupid joke. It was honestly just a joke at the moment. It was inappropriate. But yeah, this was when that was happening. Nothing like that, absolutely no. This was when that case was going down. Were you guys joking around that day? Or were you not joking around that day? What was it like that day? No, like I said, it was literally just a joke. And not a very good joke. I know. I know it makes you look bad. I get that. That's the truth. I don't know what else to say. I appreciate explaining this. Yeah, right, because this happened. It was at the townhouse, in the townhouse. I don't remember what year. When she told the other people, she said it occurred during a time when you guys were, a possible breakup. And that's when you made that statement. I wouldn't say that. Well, that's what she's saying to her friends. Okay. And you said she doesn't lie. And it sounds like she tells you to your face that she's seeing someone new. So I mean that's a pretty interesting statement that she's making. And I'm trying to learn about her through her words to other people, through her phone, through her co-workers, through her friends, through her family, through you. Okay. And I can tell you that it appears that this relationship was not going super well. To the point that she's wanting to get out of there as soon as possible. I would agree with the last thing you just said about wanting to get out of the hospital, because if that was the case, it would have happened a while ago. On June 9th, 2023, police moved in. Adam Fravel was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. The man who had tried to deceive investigators, the man who had acted indifferent while Maddie's family searched for her, was now in handcuffs. My sister, Madeline, who's been missing since March 31st of this year from Winona, her ex, Adam Fravel, has officially been arrested. Finally, he's been arrested. He is at Winona County Jail right now. And I'm not ready to say a lot right now. We're kind of waiting on some more information right now. But yes, I can confirm he has been arrested. The truth was finally coming to light, with Maddie's remains recovered and the evidence against Adam Fravel mounting. Prosecutors moved forward with charges of second-degree murder. The courtroom was tense as the case unfolded, with Maddie's family and friends watching closely, determined to see justice served. Prosecutors painted a chilling picture of Maddie's final hours. They argued that Adam had killed Maddie in a fit of rage, fearing that she was about to leave him. Evidence showed that after the daycare drop-off, Maddie never left the house alive. Instead, Adam used her own minivan to dispose of her body, driving 46 miles to Fillmore County, where she was later found buried in a remote wooded area. The prosecution presented a damning collection of evidence. Adam's contradictory statements, surveillance footage of him switching license plates, and digital forensic data tracking his movements to and from the disposal site. Testimonies from friends and family detailed Adam's violent tendencies and disturbing threats, including the time he pinned Maddie down and told her she would end up like Gabby Petito. In contrast, Adam's defense team struggled to counter the prosecution's overwhelming case. He pleaded not guilty, denying any involvement in Maddie's death. But his lack of cooperation, refusal to assist in the search, and cold, emotionless demeanor in court only further cemented suspicions against him. Throughout the trial, Maddie's family remained steadfast, showing unwavering strength as they listened to the heartbreaking details of her final moments. They were no longer just grieving loved ones. They were advocates for justice. After weeks of testimony, evidence, and deliberation, the verdict was read. Well, the jury coming back a little bit after 11 o'clock today to deliver these verdicts on 4 counts. There's first-degree murder, there's 2 counts of that, and then 2 counts of second-degree murder. In the end, for sentencing, it really only matters about sentencing on the top count here. But, this is something that the prosecution said was very much a case about digital evidence. Something you didn't see 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So much about location data and text messages. A lot of the text messages that really illustrated a volatile relationship between Adam Fravel and Maddie Kingsbury. And afterwards, her family and her friends all expressed the importance they feel of the work of using this case to help women who are victims of domestic abuse. The weight of the truth had prevailed, and Adam Fravel was finally held accountable for taking Maddie's life. For Maddie's family, it was a step toward closure, but the pain of losing her would never fade. Madeline Kingsbury's life was stolen far too soon, but her story does not end with her tragic death. She was more than a victim. She was a mother, a daughter, a sister, and a woman with dreams and ambitions. She was loved by many, and her impact on those who knew her will never fade. While her family found some relief in seeing Adam Fravel convicted, their fight is not over. Justice for Maddie is not just about a guilty verdict. It's about making sure no one else suffers the same fate. In the wake of her murder, Maddie's family has become advocates for domestic violence awareness and missing persons cases. They have used their voices to shed light on the warning signs of abusive relationships, urging people to recognize when a loved one may be in danger. When you think of her story of, leaving her kids at the daycare, ready to go to work, a mom who loves her children, it just resonates with everyone. And people want to know what happened. They are fighting for better protections for victims of coercive control and intimate partner violence, ensuring that others don't feel as trapped as Maddie did. Her story has sparked conversations nationwide, reminding people that domestic violence doesn't always look the way we expect, that sometimes the most dangerous relationships are the ones hidden behind closed doors, that victims like Maddie don't always get a second chance to escape, and that as a society, we must do more to support those who feel they have nowhere to turn. Though her children will grow up without their mother, they will grow up knowing who she was, how deeply she loved them, and how hard she fought to give them a better life. Maddie's family, friends, and supporters will ensure that her memory lives on, not just as a cautionary tale, but as a symbol of strength, resilience, and the urgent need for change. Madeline Kingsbury was more than just a headline. She was a fighter. She was a mother. She was a light that should never have been dimmed. And as long as her name is spoken, as long as her story is told, she will never be forgotten. This is for Maddie. This is for justice. Case 6. It was early morning on Anjuna Beach, a place known for its beautiful shores and wild parties. But on this day, something was terribly wrong. A passerby, walking along the sand, spotted something unusual. As they got closer, they realized it was the body of a young woman, barely dressed and lifeless. Just hours earlier, she had been out enjoying the night, surrounded by music, lights, and new friends. But somewhere between the crowded bars and the quiet beach, something went horribly wrong. Who was with her in those final moments? What really happened that night? And why did the people in charge seem so eager to brush it off? This is the story of Scarlett Keeling, a girl who came to India for an adventure, but never made it back home. Scarlett Keeling was born in July 1992 in England. She was the third of 9 children raised by her single mother, Fiona. Fiona's parenting style was anything but conventional. She lived life on her own terms, unapologetically defending her choices. Fiona's life had been far from easy. She grew up in a public housing unit with a single mother. Determined to carve out her own path, she moved when she was old enough to live on her own. At 16, she reportedly defended herself against an employer who attempted to take advantage of her. In the process, she injured him with a blade, an act that resulted in a serious legal consequence, an attempted homicide conviction that left a lasting mark on her life. Despite having 5 different romantic partners over the years, Fiona raised Scarlett and her siblings on her own, fostering an unconventional lifestyle that defied the norms of their time. She granted her children freedoms that were uncommon for others in their town, choosing to homeschool them instead of sending them to formal schools. This unique upbringing meant that Scarlett and her siblings had an entirely different socialization process compared to their peers. The family lived on a vast 200-acre property where they ran a caravan park and bus camping site. To save money, they grew their own food and raised chickens, goats, horses, and even ponies. Scarlett and her siblings spent their days freely, riding horses bareback and fully immersing themselves in nature. However, in 2007, their lifestyle took a significant turn. Fiona had started a relationship with 47-year-old Rob Clark, and together, they decided to embark on a cultural adventure that would take them far from home. Their plan was to travel to India, explore new opportunities, and possibly start a business. Their idea? Renting out ponies for rides, believing that their appeal to children could generate a steady income. To fund their journey, the family took an 8-month break from their usual routine. They sold one of their ponies and pooled together every last penny from the family welfare subsidies they received. Then, on November 22, 2007, Fiona, Rob, and 8 of her children boarded a flight to Goa, India. The eldest child, however, chose to remain in England. Adapting to life in Goa was an adjustment for the family. The cultural differences, language barriers, and constant exposure to people were stark contrasts to their secluded life in England. Fiona had always been open about alcohol. She knew her children enjoyed drinking and partying and had no objections, as long as they didn't go overboard. While she discouraged drug use, she believed that outright prohibitions were pointless. Kids would find ways to rebel anyway. Instead, she chose to educate them about risks and trusted them to make responsible choices. In Goa, Scarlett embraced her newfound freedom, expanding her social circle and making the most of her independence. Given the family's financial situation, the older children had to find ways to support themselves. It was during this time that Scarlett met Julio Lobo, a 25-year-old tour guide who owned a business offering boat trips and marine wildlife tours. She began working for him, and despite their age difference, they soon developed a romantic relationship. After spending 2 months in Goa, the family prepared to move along the coast to a neighboring state. However, Scarlett was granted permission to return to Goa for a Valentine's Day celebration in Anjuna, a well-known beach destination. She was eager to attend and convince Fiona to let her stay with Julio, his mother, and his aunt. Fiona had visited their home before and found them to be warm and welcoming, so she wasn't concerned about her daughter's safety. On February 14th, Fiona received devastating news. A tragic car accident had left her eldest son in the UK seriously injured. The family now had to cut their trip short and return home much earlier than planned. On February 17th, Fiona called Scarlett and urged her to return home immediately, so they could make arrangements to leave India. However, Scarlett knew that this might be her last night in Goa, and she was determined to make the most of it. That evening, Julio wasn't feeling well and decided to stay home. Scarlett, undeterred, made plans to go out with Ruby, a 16-year-old Dutch girl she had recently befriended. Together, they set off to explore Goa's nightlife, ready to enjoy one final adventure, despite being underage. Scarlett and Ruby parted ways around 1 a.m. While Ruby headed home, Scarlett decided to continue partying at a bar before returning to her boyfriend's house. According to Ruby, they hadn't used any drugs that night, but she acknowledged that Scarlett had smoked cannabis in the past. She couldn't rule out the possibility that, if offered, Scarlett might have taken some substances. What happened in the hours that followed remains unclear, but drugs were undeniably involved. Shortly after dawn on February 18, 2008, Scarlett's bruised and partially clothed body was discovered on Anjuna Beach in Goa. An anonymous caller alerted the authorities, prompting the local police to arrive at the scene. Investigators noted in their reports that her clothing was scattered nearby, along with a pair of orange sneakers that did not belong to her. Scarlett's family was notified of her death, and they rushed back to Goa to determine what legal steps to take. A post-mortem examination revealed multiple bruises and clear signs of struggle, ruling out the possibility of an accidental death. However, in a shocking twist, one of the lead investigators held a press conference, publicly declaring that the British teenager had died accidentally after passing out on the beach due to drug consumption. This statement devastated Scarlett's family, especially Fiona, who had seen her daughter's body firsthand. She knew that the investigators' claims were a complete fabrication. Fiona was introduced to lawyer Vikram. Determined to seek justice, Vikram drove Fiona around Goa on his scooter, visiting one government office after another, demanding that Scarlett's case be treated as a crime rather than an unfortunate accident. At one point, while Vikram was speaking with the pathologist who had conducted the autopsy, Fiona managed to slip behind them and secretly take photographs of Scarlett's body. She needed proof, evidence that the authorities were denying, as they insisted on pushing the narrative of an accidental death. On March 2nd, Fiona made bold accusations in front of British journalists, claiming that Goa's police were covering up the sexual assault and murder of her daughter to protect the region's reputation as a paradise for foreign tourists. She pointed out that the authorities had made no real effort to investigate and cited a glaring example. When she returned to the beach the day after Scarlett's death, she found her daughter's torn clothing still lying there, completely unguarded. If the police had truly conducted a proper investigation, why had they left crucial evidence behind? The overwhelming public outcry forced officials to conduct a second autopsy on March 3rd. This time, the findings supported Fiona's suspicions. Scarlett's body showed extensive evidence of violent struggle and sexual assault. The most severe injuries were concentrated around her pelvis and upper back, indicating she had been forcefully restrained. Further toxicology results revealed a mix of drugs in her system, including ecstasy, cocaine, and LSD. Though her lungs contained water, common in drowning victims, the amount was insufficient for a typical drowning. Moreover, the water was heavily contaminated with sand, suggesting that she had been submerged in shallow water, making an accidental drowning unlikely. Given this new evidence, the forensic team concluded that the case should be officially investigated as a homicide. Despite this, both the police and Goa's chief minister initially resisted reclassifying Scarlett's death as a murder. They continued to frame it as an accident, even as the case gained international media attention. Eventually, under immense pressure, the concealed information was released. A British carpenter named Michael Mannion had been one of the last people to see Scarlett alive. Around 3 a.m., he spotted her collapsing outside a bar. Suspicious-looking men quickly approached her, but Michael intervened, telling them to leave her alone. He described Scarlett as heavily intoxicated, barely able to form coherent sentences. A short while later, he saw her enter the bar's kitchen, where she mingled with the staff. Among them were 30-year-old bartender Samson D'Souza and 39-year-old employee Placido Carvalho. Witnesses later confirmed that Scarlett had taken more drugs in their company, including cocaine. At around 5 a.m., Michael saw Scarlett lying on the ground in the parking lot, intoxicated and helpless, with Samson on top of her. Alarmed, he shouted at them, sensing something was amiss, but he ultimately walked away without intervening. Based on these statements, on March 9th, 2008, Indian authorities arrested Sampson. He was the last person seen with Scarlett before her death, and witnesses confirmed his involvement in her final hours. Shortly after, Placido, who was rumored to be a drug dealer, was also taken into custody. Both men remained in jail until their first court appearance, where they were formally charged with manslaughter, serious sexual assault, destruction of evidence, use of criminal force with intent to outrage a woman's modesty, and administration of drugs with intent to cause harm. Prosecutors argued that they had drugged Scarlett, assaulted her, and left her unconscious on the beach, where she ultimately drowned. Both suspects denied all charges. On March 10th, in response to growing public outrage, Goa's chief minister finally ordered a full investigation into the alleged assault and murder. However, just 5 days later, the case took an unexpected turn. Instead of focusing on the suspects or Goa's thriving underground drug trade, the police decided to interrogate Fiona, criticizing her for not keeping Scarlett safe. Suddenly, Fiona found herself at the center of a vicious media storm. The woman who had been praised for seeking justice was now being vilified for her unconventional lifestyle. She was scrutinized for being a single mother of 9, for homeschooling her children, and for allowing Scarlett to return to Goa alone while the rest of the family remained in another part of India. On March 25, 2008, Fiona announced that a third suspect had been arrested in connection with her daughter's murder. Some media outlets speculated that the person in custody was Scarlett's 25-year-old boyfriend, but there was no official confirmation from the police. Fiona's lawyer stated that the man was being questioned for his possible role in supplying illegal substances to Scarlett, though his identity remained undisclosed. At that time, Fiona was in hiding in Goa, under the protection of 4 armed officers from the National Police. She feared for her safety after publicly accusing authorities of covering up her daughter's murder, a case that seemed to be entangled with Goa's powerful drug trafficking networks, allegedly linked to both the local police and government officials. The Indian courts deemed her concerns legitimate, granting her police protection due to the credible threats against her life. She declared her intention to return to the United Kingdom once India's Central Bureau of Investigation took full control of the case. However, the bureaucratic process dragged on much longer than she had anticipated, and so did the release of Scarlett's body. By the final week of March 2008, 2 key figures in the initial investigation, the inspector and the pathologist, were dismissed from their positions for obstructing justice. Yet, despite these dismissals, progress on the case stalled once again. It wasn't until June 2008 that a newly appointed team of detectives took over the investigation. While this news initially brought hope to Scarlett's loved ones, their optimism was short-lived. On September 24, 2008, a court ruled that there was insufficient evidence to directly link Sampson D'Souza to the fatal attack on Scarlett, granting him bail. As a condition of his release, he was required to surrender his passport and was forbidden from leaving the state of Goa without the court's permission. It was also revealed that Placido had quietly been granted bail back in April, with no public announcement from authorities. The next major development came in April 2010, when a court finally acknowledged that the official police report surrounding Scarlett's death was riddled with contradictions. On April 5th, the long-awaited trial against Sampson D'Souza and Placido Carvalho began. Both men faced charges of culpable homicide, sexual assault, outrage to modesty, and destruction of evidence. They pleaded not guilty, with their defense attorneys vowing to expose alleged inconsistencies and omissions in the police investigation. One glaring discrepancy was highlighted during the testimony of the officer who had initially discovered Scarlett's body. Under oath, he stated that at 7:15 a.m. on February 18, 2008, he received a phone call from an anonymous caller reporting a body floating in the sea at Anjuna Beach. Accompanied by a colleague, the officer arrived at the scene and spotted the body of what appeared to be a foreign woman. He described her as partially nude, wearing only a bra, with her eyes and mouth slightly open. After notifying his superior, he and his colleague allegedly pulled the body onto the shore while waiting for further instructions. However, this version of events directly contradicted the officer's initial written statement. In his original report, he claimed that a young man had arrived at the scene and was sent to retrieve a sheet to cover the body. The contradiction was striking. No one would attempt to cover a floating body with a sheet, raising doubts about the officer's credibility. During cross-examination, the officer also failed to explain why his initial report omitted any mention of injuries. Yet, in a later statement, he acknowledged seeing blood trickling from Scarlett's mouth. Another inconsistency emerged regarding the timing of when he informed his superiors. Initially, he claimed the body had been drifting in the waves due to rough waters, and only after moving it did he report the case. But, in a subsequent statement, he contradicted himself, saying that a nearby worker had already retrieved the body before he even arrived. These contradictions only reinforced the concerns that Scarlett's family had voiced from the beginning, that the police investigation had been deeply flawed. Fiona was eventually called as a witness in the trial. Her testimony was further complicated by legal issues she faced back in the UK. She had been accused of fraudulently claiming government benefits for her children between 2005 and 2008, amounting to $24,000. While the sum seemed significant, it was stretched over 4 years, equating to about $500 per month for a family of 9. Fiona pleaded guilty, admitting that she had misrepresented her finances, but insisted that the money had gone toward her children's activities, including Scarlett's horseback riding lessons, rather than any personal luxuries. Despite this difficult situation, Fiona remained determined to testify, even if it meant doing so via video conference from prison. By then, Fiona had spent 2 years fighting for justice, encountering obstacle after obstacle. During the trial, more damning evidence surfaced. A police officer admitted to seeing visible injuries on Scarlett's body, something authorities had initially denied. Fiona believed that her daughter's death was not just an isolated crime, but part of a larger drug trade operation in Goa, with police involvement. She also suspected that the Indian government was more interested in protecting Goa's image as a tourist haven than in uncovering the truth. Adding to the family's distress, Scarlett's burial was continuously delayed. 2 years after her death, her body remained in the morgue, as authorities refused to release it until the legal proceedings concluded. In August 2010, Fiona finally had the chance to testify. Under oath, she made explosive accusations, directly implicating Goa's former home minister and his son as leaders of a drug trafficking network shielded by local authorities. She also revealed that she had been warned her life was in danger if she continued to pursue justice. During the hearing, Scarlett's belongings, found near the scene of her death, were presented as evidence. Her underwear, a pair of shorts, and broken sandals were displayed before the court. Seeing them, Fiona broke down in tears, trembling visibly. The defense team aggressively tried to discredit Scarlett, portraying her as a reckless teenager involved in drugs and casual relationships. They even introduced pages from her personal diary, selectively using entries to suggest that key details about her life had been erased. Fiona fiercely rejected these attacks, reminding the court that her daughter was the victim, not the one on trial. She demanded that attention remain focused on the real issue, finding those responsible for Scarlett's death. One of the key testimonies came from a man who told the court that he had seen Scarlett arrive at the bar around 3 a.m., visibly intoxicated and looking for someone to take her home. The 2 accused men invited her into the bar's kitchen, where they consumed cocaine together. Around 5 a.m., he agreed to escort her home, but just as they were leaving, Sampson stopped him. He insisted that he would take responsibility for Scarlett. The prosecution's case suffered a significant blow when the second key witness, British national Michael, was unable to testify. Having left India, his absence created a major gap in the trial, further compounded by procedural delays and a change in the prosecution team. After years of setbacks, another devastating turn of events struck Scarlett's loved ones. The court acquitted both accused men due to a supposed lack of evidence, largely citing Michael's missing testimony. Following the ruling, Sampson D'Souza spoke to reporters outside the courthouse, expressing satisfaction with the verdict and claiming that justice had been served. Placido, after also being cleared of all charges, dismissed the entire case as a baseless setup, insisting that both he and Sampson had been unfairly targeted. However, in a surprising twist, their acquittal did not mark the end of the legal battle. In February 2017, it was announced that both men would be retried after India's Central Bureau of Investigation filed an appeal against the verdict. The announcement was a welcome relief for Fiona, who admitted that each new development in the case gave her a renewed sense of energy. Yet, after years of disappointments, she had resigned herself to the reality that she might never truly know who had taken Scarlett's life or why. The appeal was expected to begin at the Bombay High Court within 2 to 3 months, though the full legal process could take up to 18 months. Expectations, however, were low. Vikram, Fiona's lawyer, admitted that while there was a good chance both men would be convicted, it would likely be for the lesser charge of culpable homicide rather than murder. The mishandling of the case in its early stages had severely weakened the possibility of securing a full murder conviction. After years of legal stagnation, a breakthrough finally came in 2019. In a hearing at the High Court, the previous acquittal of Samson D'Souza was overturned, marking the beginning of a new trial. This time, the key piece of evidence was a pair of orange sandals, left behind when the accused allegedly fled the scene after abandoning Scarlett's lifeless body on a beach in Goa. The first officer on the scene had noticed the sandals, but initially dismissed them as irrelevant, failing to document them as evidence. However, different witnesses later testified that they had seen the distinctive footwear near Scarlett's body. What truly linked Samson to the crime was his reaction upon returning to the bar later that night. He began asking around if anyone had seen his missing sandals, claiming he had lost them the previous evening. When the bar owner informed him that the shoes had been found near the crime scene, Samson nervously responded that he had searched for them, but couldn't locate them. Although several people pointed out where they were, he refused to retrieve them himself, instead asking another employee to collect them on his behalf. To the court, this behavior suggested a guilty conscience. The judges also pointed out another crucial inconsistency. Samson had previously claimed that his final interaction with Scarlett had been friendly, saying she was relaxed and singing when he last saw her. However, he could not explain how, just 2 hours later, she was found naked and lifeless in the waters of Anjuna Beach. Ultimately, the highest court sentenced Samson D'Souza to 10 years in prison for culpable homicide, not amounting to murder, criminal assault, outrage to a woman's modesty, administering drugs with intent to cause harm or death, and destruction of evidence. Additionally, he was convicted under GIOA's child protection laws for failing to provide a safe environment for a minor. Meanwhile, Placido Carvalho was acquitted of all charges related to complicity in the crime. Reacting to the verdict, Fiona expressed relief that the man responsible for Scarlett's death was finally facing justice. She took particular solace in the fact that Samson was sentenced to rigorous imprisonment, meaning he would be required to work while behind bars. However, she also reflected on the immense toll the case had taken on her. She had endured years of accusations about her parenting, scrutiny over her lifestyle, and even attacks on Scarlett's character. Despite the long and painful process, she believed the outcome was ultimately a victory. Scarlett had received the justice she deserved. While she was ready to move forward and rebuild her life, Fiona remained vocal about the barriers she had faced at every stage of the investigation. One of the most heartbreaking examples was the excruciating delay in reclaiming Scarlett's body. It took 4.5 years. Case 7. Christian Michael Longo was born on January 23, 1974, to strict Jehovah's Witness parents. According to Longo's own accounts, his childhood was a good one. It included being active in his church and being trained to practice door-to-door ministry. His teenage years proceeded as normal, but he didn't date until his very late teens. And when he finally did, he met Mary Jane Irene Baker. Mary Jane was a fellow member of the Jehovah's Witness congregation in Ypsilanti, where Longo attended. He was 18 and she was 25, 7 years older than him. Mary Jane was born and raised in Michigan as a Jehovah's Witness like Longo. She worked as a secretary for the University of Michigan School of Dentistry. They met in the church parking lot. Longo, just 18 and still living with his parents, wanted to date Mary Jane. But his parents wouldn't have it. He would later recall. The couple dated, but their brief courtship would be the last time they'd experience problem-free living. They would get married within a year. But before they even got to the altar, Longo triggered money issues by buying Mary Jane a 3.5-carat diamond engagement ring that he couldn't afford. So he put it on a payment plan. Then when he inevitably couldn't come up with a payment amount 1 month, he stole $108 from the camera store he worked at. Management caught wind of the missing money and questioned the employees. Longo did not come clean. However, the next morning he claimed that his conscience got to him. So he left the money on the counter of the store along with a letter of resignation. When Longo's roommates, also Jehovah's Witnesses, got wind of the incident, they reported it to the congregation elders. Longo was sanctioned and stripped of some of his church responsibilities. Mary Jane supported him. But ultimately, the sanctions resulted in the couple not being allowed to be married in their church's Kingdom Hall. Longo said that he learned his lesson from that incident and was repentant, stating, "I was determined that I would never do anything along those lines again." Anything that was not only illegal, but immoral, unsavory. But that didn't seem to be the case. Longo had an addiction to cars, nice clothes, and traveling to exotic places. So it didn't take long for him to max out the couple's credit cards. And once they began having children, and Mary Jane quit her job to stay at home and take care of them, their financial struggles became insurmountable. The couple welcomed 3 children into their family. Zachary, born in 1997, Sadie, born 14 months later, and Madison, born in October 1999. Having also quit his own job, he told Mary Jane and his friends and family that he got a new job working at a distribution company for the New York Times. It's unclear whether he actually worked there or not. But regardless, while he was there, he started reading articles by Michael Finkel, an investigative journalist for the Times. He became fascinated with the author. He'd read all of his articles. He wanted to be rich and famous like him, traveling the world and enjoying the status that he did. Then, after his last 2 children were born, Longo quit his job at the distribution company and decided to start a construction cleaning business. But with no money coming in, he had to get resourceful. So he created a fake driver's license, used it to test drive a van from the Pontiac dealership, and never returned. He changed the plates on the stolen van and used it for his business, cleaning up construction sites. The business was initially successful, but it didn't last. So, soon he was back in the same financially desperate situation, and lying to family and friends about it, leading them to believe the business was successful as he continued to bury himself and his family deeper into debt. He told friends that he had won a boat and 2 jet skis in a contest. He bought 2 cars, but one of them was repossessed, and the other one broke down. Then, along with the money problems, came problems in the marriage. In May of 2000, Mary Jane confided in her sister that she had found emails that her husband had sent to another woman. Mary Jane ultimately confronted her husband about the messages, and his response to her was she wasn't any fun anymore since she had the children, and that he didn't love her anymore. Mary Jane was devastated, but she was also determined to stay with her husband and make it work. She told the elders of the congregation about the emails and their situation, and the church sanctioned Longo again, even without any proof of a physical relationship with the other woman. The couple remained together, and in late 2000, Longo turned to check fraud to come up with cash he needed. That landed him in court for the first time. He pleaded guilty, and instead of receiving the standard sentence of over a decade in prison for his offenses, he got off with a slap on the wrist. He was merely given 3 years of probation, community service, and ordered to pay restitutions far greater than what he could afford based on the exaggerated income that he reported in order to keep up appearances. The conviction was a wake-up call for Longo, who promised to both be truthful to his wife going forward and also straighten out their finances. Mary Jane stuck by his side, but his apologies did not go over as well with the church. The church got wind of this transgression and finally disfellowshipped him from the church entirely. With the disfellowshipping, Chris lost all his church co-workers, friends, and even his family. Mary Jane likewise lost her church community and only had her husband and family to cling to. Even more desperate now, Longo opened a credit card in his father's name and ran up nearly $100,000 in debt. With creditors breathing down his neck and Mary Jane's friends starting to become concerned about Mary Jane, Longo decided that they needed to make a move. They dropped everything and moved from Michigan to Toledo, Ohio, a violation of Longo's probation. They moved into a warehouse. It didn't have a kitchen, running water, or sufficient plumbing. Longo told Mary Jane that the warehouse was paid for 6 months. But it wasn't. He was still forging checks, but the move was partially successful. It disconnected Mary Jane from her family. They tried to communicate with her, but her phone had been turned off. They filed a missing persons report, but then in November, they received a letter from her from South Dakota. It stated, "Sorry we moved. Can't call now, but we'll be in touch." The family would move again whenever the police got too close to figuring out any of Longo's illegal schemes. They'd stay at motels, campsites, and anywhere that was cheap. The family finally settled in Oregon, still swindling, pawning, and stealing their way into places to stay. Once they swindled their way into yet another rental home, a nice bayfront condo, Longo landed a part-time job at the Starbucks inside the local Fred Meyer store. He was embarrassed that he had to take a minimum wage job, so he told anyone who would listen that he was a wealthy internet entrepreneur and that he only took the Starbucks job because he loved coffee. They continued to struggle financially, with the Starbucks checks getting spent as quickly as they came in. The jig was about to be up on the swindled condo they were staying in. Food was scarce. Gas was pumped without paying. And on a December evening, 2001, as he looked out from the balcony of the condo as his family slept inside, Longo realized that this was the beginning of the end. A man discovers the body of a small boy. He's floating face down in Elisa Bay, near the man's RV lot. Police are called to the scene, and a digitally enhanced photo of the young boy is soon broadcast on the news, requesting anyone who may know him to come forward. A woman who occasionally babysat the Longo children and worked with Longo at Starbucks reports that the young boy looks like 4-year-old Zachary Longo. The water is searched, and 3 days after Zachary is found, they find the body of a young girl wrapped in a comforter and with rocks tied in a pillowcase around her ankle to weigh her to the bottom of the water. It is Zachary's 2-year-old sister, Sadie. They will later find that Zachary was actually killed and wrapped in the same manner, but his weights and covering had come off. Knowing that Zachary and Sadie were related, police wondered where the rest of the family was. And on December 27th, they were able to locate the family's home in Yaquina Bay, some 15 miles or 24 kilometers away from where the children's bodies were found. Police arrived, but the home was empty, so they searched the docks nearby. It didn't take long to discover 2 suitcases, one of which had Mary Jane's hair spilling out from the zipper. One suitcase contained a naked Mary Jane, complete with some bruises to her face, while the other contained baby Madison. Both suitcases were weighted down with weights. Mary Jane experienced blunt force trauma to her head. But the autopsy's official cause of death for all 4 victims was asphyxiation, although court arguments and other sources claim that Zachary and Sadie died from drowning, indicating that they were discarded in the water with their weights while they were still alive. At this point, the only family member not accounted for was Christian Longo, so he became the prime suspect. Since over a week had passed since the murders, Longo had a significant head start evading capture, so he was placed on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list. After Longo had heard on the news that the body of a little boy had been found, he went to Starbucks to pick up his final paycheck, then drove to San Francisco. He applied for a position at a Starbucks there, but then decided to head to Cancun, Mexico instead. Longo had stolen the credit card info of a Starbucks customer while he was still working there, and was using that to fund his evasion from the authorities. By tracking that credit card's activities, they were able to determine that he was headed toward the Mexican border. Once in Mexico, Longo began living the carefree life. He hung out with some young British tourists, drank beer, went snorkeling and dancing, and shared a cabana with his attractive new girlfriend, a German photographer. And he also impersonated a journalist. While evading capture, Longo had assumed the identity of Michael Finkel, the writer that he had admired while he was working at the distribution center for the New York Times. Finkel had since become discredited and fired from the New York Times for writing a piece about a person that he had based on facts from multiple people, a violation of basic journalism principles. At the end of December, a tourist recognized Longo in Cancun. By the time police arrived, Longo had relocated to a beach camp in Tulum, Mexico. An FBI agent, along with Mexican authorities, approached him on January 13, 2002, and asked him if he was Christian Michael Longo. Without so much as glancing at his horrified girlfriend, he confirmed that he was, indeed, Christian Longo, and was arrested. Normally, the U.S. has to negotiate or trade to extradite a fugitive from Mexico back to the U.S. if they may face the death penalty once returned. But since Longo agreed to return to the U.S. voluntarily, Mexican officials allowed him to leave without incident. With Longo apprehended, the theatrics would begin. To start, at the beginning of 2003, Michael Finkel, the writer whom Longo had impersonated, was contacted by a reporter at the Oregonian. He asked Finkel for his opinion about the man who impersonated him while in Mexico after killing his entire family. Having never heard of the case up until that point, Finkel became intrigued and reached out to Longo in prison. Longo shared how he had followed Finkel's entire career and admired his writing. Longo agrees to tell Finkel his side of the story, but only if Finkel will give him writing lessons and promises not to share their discussions until after the trial is over. Finkel agrees, and after a short period of time, he becomes consumed with Longo. Longo is likable and forthcoming with mistakes he has made, but always evades the topic of his guilt. The pair talk weekly over the phone and exchange thousands of pages of correspondence that include various versions of who killed whom and when, including one version where Longo outlines himself throwing the two children over the bridge into the water still alive. Despite this, Finkel starts to see similarities between himself and Longo, starts to doubt Longo's guilt, and by most accounts befriends him. Then, just before the trial is set to begin, Longo tells Finkel that he's going to change his pleas from guilty to not guilty. Sort of. In March 2003, the trial begins, and Longo shocks everyone by pleading guilty to the murders of Mary Jane and Madison, surprisingly without a plea deal. For the murders of Zachary and Sadie, he refuses to enter a plea, so the court entered a not guilty plea on his behalf. Finkel asks Longo what's up. Longo claims that he can't share all the details because he has to protect certain unnamed people. Hearing of Finkel and Longo's relationship, the FBI agent who arrested Longo warns Finkel that Longo is manipulative and extremely dangerous. He encourages Finkel to turn over what he has learned from Longo, but Finkel refuses. Once the trial was underway, one of the jurors noted that he thought there must be some mistake. He felt that the boyish, clean-cut young man sitting in the defendant's chair could not have done the things they were claiming. But he was wrong. The prosecution would argue that Christian Longo was a cold-blooded killer whose family had become a burden for him, and that his solution was to get rid of them. They claimed that there was evidence that he'd been planning the murders for months, including information found on Longo's computer that showed he repeatedly visited the online version of a book titled Hitman that gives advice about murder methods. That book includes, in part, that the corpse should be weighted down with the standard concrete blocks, but it must be wrapped from head to toe. Also, Longo had cut out obituaries and written the deceased's personal information in the margins, which the prosecution contended illustrated his plans to assume a new identity once he disposed of his family. And then there was his attempt to isolate Mary Jane from her family and friends. And they pointed out he even got rid of all the family heirlooms, both during the family's relocations and right after they were murdered, including the children's clothes, books, and even family photos. But prosecutors actually lacked direct evidence linking Longo to the murders. The most they had was an eyewitness who said he saw and on the bridge that Zachary and Sadie were dumped from, and condo neighbors who said they heard dragging noises coming from a nearby room. The prosecution also cited Longo's own acknowledgement to the FBI agent that arrested him. The agent claimed that Longo said, and Longo's on-the-record statements were presented as well. Overall, they painted the picture of how Longo, heavily in debt and desperate, finally found himself at the end. He and his family were jumping from warehouses to $22 motel rooms and living off of noodles and bread instead of their previous lifestyle, where they could have anything they wanted. Longo himself would later state that he hated that he had to live in Rochi motels and eat noodles per dinner. He said, "And now we are pulling pennies out of the ashtray to where that was almost empty. So it never got any better. I mean, we could get bread and ramen noodles, which killed me. I mean, we are used to eating whatever, going to the grocery store, spending $200 and not even thinking about, and now we are trying to figure out how we can do it for $5. Longo would come home every day to 5 mouths to feed and no food. So he devised a plan to send his family to a better place, one where the pressure would be off of his shoulders. Then he discarded all of his family's personal belongings in a dumpster and told coworkers that Mary Jane was having an affair and that she and the children had moved home to Michigan. Then it was the defense's turn, and they delivered some doozies. They first, of course, argued about the lack of direct evidence, discredited the eyewitness testimony and even the timeline, claiming that his family visited him at work after the eyewitness said he saw Longo at the crime scene. They stated that based on Longo's religious upbringing, he'd never say that he sent them to a better place. They also heavily focused on the difference between how Mary Jane and Madison's bodies were disposed of compared to Zachary and Sadie's. That difference between those bodies would factor heavily into what came next. Christian Longo was to serve as his own key witness. Longo claimed that he wanted to, quote, be on the stand for as long as possible to be able to air what needed to be aired. Longo was in charge the whole time. His attorneys could only helplessly sit and watch him hang himself. He took the stand and first laid the groundwork, explaining his religious upbringing and speaking to his integrity. The Bible says that you should not lie. The Bible actually says that there's resurrection of both righteous and unrighteous. He tried to charm the jury, coming off as very relaxed, smiling, engaging, and speaking longingly when talking about his life growing up and the birth of his children. Then, 2 days into his testimony, for the first time Longo reveals his version of events to a very stunned courtroom. He claimed that he and Mary Jane went on a date on December 15th, during which Mary Jane confronted him about the lies she suspected he was telling. The date concluded, but the next day after work, as he was enjoying some wine and cheese, he pondered whether it was time to fess up, particularly since their time in the condo was about to be coming to an end. Unsure, he finally went to bed but couldn't sleep. Mary Jane detected something was wrong and asked him. And so he confessed everything. The lies, the fraud, the infidelity. Right down to the fact that their family van, even the gas within it, was stolen. He said that after that hours-long conversation that went from the night well into the next early morning, Mary Jane became emotional in a way that he had never seen before. She was mad. She slapped and berated him, and told him that she'd never trust him again. By the time they finished, there were only a few hours left before he'd have to go to work. So, he slept on the couch. He was awakened a few hours later on December 17th by Zachary playing with him. Once awake, he claimed that he begged Mary Jane to let him stay home from work to watch the kids and give her some time off. He said that she yelled at him that he had to go to work given the situation that he had put them in. So he kissed the kids goodbye with Madison positioning her Scooby-Doo toy to give him a kiss as well. Then Mary Jane drove him to work. When he was done working, Mary Jane was waiting for him in the parking lot to pick him up. That was standard. But what was not standard, Longo testified, was that she came barefoot, only wearing a bathrobe, and none of the children were with her. She didn't speak to him the entire way home. Once they were home, Longo claimed that Mary Jane wouldn't go inside. He said that he entered the home and found Madison lifeless on the bed. He said he had no idea what was going on. So he tried to shake Mary Jane to snap out of her hysterics and give him some answers. He said she yelled, "You did this, you killed us," and that the other 2 children were in the water. He said that she explained that due to their poor financial situation, she killed both Zachary and Sadie. He claimed that Mary Jane killing the first 2 children explained the difference between the killing methods. Longo said that he lost control. He said that he wrapped his hands around Mary Jane's neck, picked her up, and strangled her. Once he killed Mary Jane, he said that he decided to place her and Madison in suitcases. But when he went to retrieve Madison, he found that she was still alive. He watched her for a few minutes as she would draw breath periodically, but generally remained unresponsive. On the stand, he stated, "I didn't know what to do. Even though she was breathing, I thought of her as dead at that point." So he put his hand on her throat to cut off her air supply, and then squeezed until he said, "I knew she couldn't breathe anymore." Then, realizing the large suitcase was too big for her tiny body, he stuffed it with clothes to, quote, "make it more comfortable." Then he discarded the suitcases in the water behind the condominium. The courtroom was in shock. The prosecution attempted to debunk Longo's accounts, including stating that there was no way that 110-pound Mary Jane would have been able to lift her children's bodies with the heavy rocks attached. Then they began to present a different version of events than what Longo outlined. One where, while Longo was sipping his wine and eating his cheese, he casually did the unthinkable. He placed his hand on her throat, and he began to squeeze. And in a violent struggle, she fought for her life, but she wasn't able to overcome the defendant. In a matter of 3 or 4 minutes, she was dead. After both sides made their case, the jury was sent to deliberate. And on April 7, 2003, after just 4 hours of deliberation, in addition to him already having pleaded guilty to the murders of Mary Jane and Madison, the jury also found Christian Longo guilty of the aggravated murders of 2 of his children, 4-year-old Zachary and 3-year-old Sadie. One of the jurors would later comment that the circumstantial evidence alone did not convince him, but that Longo's own testimony did him in. After the verdict, the same jury would decide Longo's penalty. They would now hear testimony to determine if Longo deserved the death penalty for the 4 murders. The prosecution argued that Christian Longo was a professional con man who was a master at manipulating everyone he encountered, and that if he were to receive any sentence other than death, he would pose a clear danger to anyone he encountered, including the prison community. Then on April 16, 2003, less than 2 weeks after they delivered the guilty verdict, the same jury, including the one who originally felt Longo could not have done the evil things he was being accused of, all agreed to look Longo squarely in the eye while they read his sentence, to let Longo know that he did not fool them. They sentenced Christian Longo to death by lethal injection. Several of the jurors would later comment that they felt that Longo's intelligence and people skills would be an ongoing threat in any situation he'd ever be in the future. So they had no choice but to sentence him to death. Upon hearing the verdict, Longo turned to Michael Finkel, who was present in the courtroom, and winked at him. It was at that moment that Finkel realized that Longo had been lying to him the entire time, and was using Finkel to make his testimony more believable. Finkel was shocked and furious. Christian Longo appealed, but he lost the appeal, and his guilty verdict and death sentence were upheld. In 2011, after Longo had lost his appeal, he penned an op-ed piece in the New York Times, where he admitted that he killed his wife and 3 children, stating, "8 years ago, I was sentenced to death for the murders of my wife and 3 children. I am guilty. I once thought that I could fool others into believing this was not true. Failing that, I tried to convince myself that it didn't matter, but gradually the enormity of what I did seeped in. That was followed by remorse, and then a wish to make amends." He went on to share how he spends 22 hours a day, locked in a 6-foot by 8-foot box, on Oregon's death row, but that some good could potentially come from his circumstance if he could donate his organs after he is put to death. Then he outlines the debate and controversies surrounding inmate organ donation. Michael Finkel would go on to chronicle his experiences with Longo in his memoir titled True Story. The book was later adapted into a 2015 film of the same title. Longo was sent to death row at Oregon State Penitentiary. However, on December 13, 2022, Governor Kate Brown commuted Longo's death sentence, along with the other 17 inmates on Oregon's death row, to life without the possibility of parole. I know that not everyone will agree with my decision, but I hope it is a further step towards finality in this conversation. That decision did not bring finality to the family. Before this happened, I did not have an opinion on the death penalty. I did not feel that that was my decision to make about anyone. After this happened, I have an opinion on the death penalty. Chris deserves to be dead for what he did. My family will never feel safe until Chris is no longer a part of this world. We had several commenters mention this case, especially in comparison to the Chris Coleman and Chris Watts family murders. There are numerous similarities between the cases, including how both Watts and Longo tried to accuse the wives they murdered of killing the kids. Case 8. The story of Jan and Kiana Piasek is truly a love story. But just 2 months after what was certainly their most joyous occasion, their lives and their lifetime of happiness together would be taken from them in a manner no husband should ever be forced to watch. Born February 16, 1982, Kiana Faye Jenkins was the only child of Roy and Glenda Faye Jenkins. She grew up in the Ontario area of Southern California. She would ultimately go on to attend San Diego State University, where she had earned a master's degree in public health in 2005. Kiana worked as a health education assistant for the county's Black Infant Care Program, with the goal of becoming a doctor. Janek Paul Piasek, known as Jan to his friends, was born in Poland on March 13, 1984. His mother, Henrika Varga, said that he was named after Pope John Paul II. When Jan was 11 years old, his family immigrated to the United States, where he grew up in the Bensonhurst area of Brooklyn, New York. Deeply moved by the events of 9/11, Jan joined the Marines shortly afterward in 2003. He always wanted to serve in the military and give back to his adopted country. His mother recalled him saying, "Jan served a tour in Iraq as a helicopter mechanic and ultimately achieved the rank of a sergeant." His friends and colleagues referred to him as Sergeant P, or just P. In 2005, prior to Jan being deployed to Iraq, he and Kiana met at a party for Marines being deployed to Iraq. A mutual friend of theirs who attended San Diego State introduced them. Initially, Kiana was reluctant to date a Marine, but Piasek won her over. To every person that knew the young couple, they were genuinely and deeply in love. The kind of love, the kind of partnership that everyone hopes they'll find in life. Jan's mother shared, 26-year-old Kiana and 24-year-old Jan were married on August 8, 2008. Kiana's mother shared that her daughter set that specific date so that Jan would always remember their anniversary. The couple would enjoy just 2 short months of happiness together before tragedy would strike in the form of pure evil. On October 15, 2008, when both Kiana and Jan failed to show up for work and no one could get in contact with them, co-workers from their respective jobs became concerned and both called police to request a well check. When an officer arrived at the home, he found the front door wide open and immediately called for backup. Upon entry, officers first noticed a purse with its contents dumped onto the floor near the front door, and the house smelled like both gasoline and natural gas. As soon as they entered the living room, they encountered Kiana and Jan's bound and gagged bodies on the floor. a vibrator, and red candle were found near Kiana. Jan had clearly been extensively and mercilessly beaten, and Kiana had been brutally sexually assaulted, but both had been tortured before being shot and killed. The home had been ransacked and several small fires had been attempted around the home, but none had properly lighted. Police would find at least 3 distinct sets of shoe print patterns throughout the home from where the murderers had walked through the gasoline they used to try to set the fires, leaving their shoe impressions behind. One of the impressions was of a Nike Air Force One sneaker, and the other a Nike Cortez. There were also several racial slurs painted throughout the homes, walls, and mirrors. Police began questioning friends, family, and co-workers to see if anyone knew of anyone who may have issues with the couple. They found that Jan was what they call a hard charger, someone who is strict with the people who report to him, and he would call them out if they didn't do things properly. He also recently received a large bonus of $30,000, which was widely known. Police considered both of these things when evaluating potential suspects. Police initially suspected the murders may have been a racially motivated hate crime, given the slurs left at the crime scene. There was also surveillance footage at the ATM, where the killers had used Kiana's ATM card after the murders, so they had a grainy image of the suspect and knew he was wearing a blue bandana and gloves with distinct writing on them. The Naval Criminal Investigative Services, or NCIS, was called in to help local Riverside investigators given their extensive knowledge and expertise. Upon inspection of the crime scene, NCIS immediately noticed that while numerous items of value appeared to have been stolen, oddly Jan's military duffel bag, also known as a C bag, remained behind. NCIS detectives quickly surmised that the only people who wouldn't want to steal such a sought-after military bag would be military personnel themselves, since they already had their own. Local Riverside authorities agreed. They had also suspected Marine personnel, since Kiana's ATM card had been used shortly after the murders, just half a mile from the rear gate of the Camp Pendleton Marine Corps base. As detectives continued to question friends and coworkers, one person's name continued to come up, 20-year-old Lance Corporal Tyrone Miller, who reported to January Miller had made it clear to several people that he was not fond of January. Coincidentally, a few days after the murders, Miller's name would also come up because Miller was supposedly shot at a movie theater the day before the funeral, during what was reported as a drive-by shooting. But such an injury incurred so close to the murders was not lost on police, and it raised their suspicions about Miller even higher than they already were. They called him in for questioning. Miller's interrogation broke the case wide open. Miller initially claimed that he had no involvement in the murders. He disclosed that he and Jan had fought about minor work-related issues, but that he didn't have any animosity toward January. He said he was at home the night of the murders. But once detectives reminded him that they could pull his cell phone records, he recalled that he may have driven through the couple's neighborhood with friends around that time. Police asked him what he would typically wear to such hangouts. To their surprise, he volunteered that when they'd hang out, they'd wear blue bandanas, and that he had several types of shoes he'd wear, including Air Force Ones. This gave police enough probable cause to search Miller's home. Within hours, police arrived at Miller's home with their search warrant. But Miller and his wife would not open the door, so they grabbed the door open. Upon entry, they found Miller's wife in one direction, and on the other side of the home was Miller, who held his toddler daughter up and out in front of himself as a shield. Police yelled at Miller to put his child down. They noted that in their entire careers, they had never, ever seen a Marine or even a civilian pick up their own child and use them as a shield. Miller eventually lowered the child, and the family was seated during the search. Almost as soon as they started the search of Miller's home, police found, laying right on the table, he on his ATM card. They go on to find the couple's stolen jewelry, for spent shell casings, and then, hanging in Miller's closet, Jan's dressed blue uniform, the uniform that Marines are most proud of. They also found several handguns, including the actual murder weapon, and also a bag of blue bandanas, the gloves seen in the ATM surveillance video, and extensive DNA evidence. Police were also surprised to find a lot of other clearly stolen items and IDs unrelated to the PIA check case, indicating that Miller may have participated in other burglaries or crimes. Miller was taken into custody and interrogated again. Despite the mountain of evidence found in his home, Miller continued to claim that he had no involvement in the murders. After about an hour of interrogation, he finally begins to break, but he minimizes his role in the crimes and says he went there with the intent to perform robbery. Miller would ultimately also name 2 others involved in the crime with him, 18-year-old Lance Corporal Emery's John, who also worked under Jan, and 20-year-old Private Kevin Cox, who worked in the same squadron. And by the time the interrogations were complete, they would learn of one more participant in the murders, someone Miller referred to as Psycho. Psycho was 21-year-old Lance Corporal Keyshawn Sykes. All were brought in for questioning, and while all 4 suspects would admit involvement that night, they all pointed the finger at each other when it came to identifying who committed the shooting, the rape, and whose idea it was. But between their statements and the statements gathered from friends they had confessed to after the murder, as well as evidence found at each of their homes, police were able to piece together the evening's brutal events. During the early morning hours of October 15th, the 4 perpetrators approached the Piaczek's home, covering their faces in blue bandanas and wearing gloves. The plan was to secretly gain entry by breaking into the home. When they were unsuccessful, they decided Jan may be willing to open the door for someone he knew, a Cox. So they had Cox knock on the door. Jan opened the door holding a large knife. Words were exchanged between Miller and Jan. Then all 4 men rushed Jan at gunpoint. After a brief struggle, they bound and gagged Jan, and then Kiana. They then ransacked the home looking for the types of items and money they expected to find in the home. When they didn't, they tortured the couple until they got Kiana's PIN number for her ATM card. They then forced Jan to watch as Sykes and Miller brutally and repeatedly raped and tortured his new wife in front of him for hours. Once the ordeal was over, Emery's Jan, when ordered by Miller to kill them, executed the couple. They then sprawled racial slurs on the bedroom and bathroom walls and mirrors in an attempt to misdirect suspicion. They also attempted to set the home on fire to destroy any evidence, but were unsuccessful. The motives for the murder? To get money and to get revenge. The foursome expected there would be money and valuables in the house to steal, and they also wanted to exact revenge for Jan allegedly attempting to kill a promotion that Miller was up for. However, there was no evidence to support that claim. Miller was the mastermind behind the entire plan. Police would also learn that the 4 Marines led a secret life of crime, committing home invasions and burglaries on a regular basis. The gunshot wound that Miller received that raised the final flag for police was received accidentally from one of the group while attempting one of the robberies. And with those claims of burglary as the motive, the official position of law enforcement would be that the crime was not racially motivated, as originally assumed. To spike that claim, public sentiment, including the belief of the victim's family and friends, as well as a top investigator who surveyed the murder scene, was the opposite. They felt the crime was, indeed, racially motivated because of the couple's interracial relationship. Shortly before the murder, police discovered that Emery's Jan had posted a statement on his MySpace page stating, "Chillin' waitin' for to killin'." This post was used as evidence that their crime was premeditated. Special agent on the case, Matt Timmons, also noted, "Everything about this crime was premeditated. You can't expect to rob somebody you know and then not be turned in." Jan and Kiana were laid to rest on October 24th. The families decided that since the couple was committed to spend the rest of their lives together, they would bury them together so they could spend the rest of their eternity together. A full military funeral ceremony was held for the couple, including a full 21-gun salute, and they were both buried together in the Riverside National Cemetery. Piaczek's mother said she had prepared herself for the possibility that my son could die in Iraq, but to die like this, in their own home? In March 2013, 5 years after the murders, 3 of the defendants, Miller, Johns, and Cox, went on trial. All 4 defendants had already long before that been dishonorably discharged from the Marines, and all 4 defendants were facing the death penalty. Regarding the trial, prosecutor Daniel De Leon thought it critical to remind the jury that these killers were not just ordinary citizens, but skillfully trained military personnel, stating, "I think that was important to remind the jury was that these aren't United States Marines. Each of these men have been trained on how to operate firearms to act covertly. They use all of that training to help them commit murder." For trial testimony, it was learned that Miller and Cox told Emery's John, "Good job, E. You earned your stripes tonight." Cox told John that he grew up that night, and John responded, "Yeah, I did, man. Yeah, I did." The first trial of the 3 defendants would last 4 months, and the jury would deliberate less than 3 days. The second trial of Keyshawn Sykes would be held 1 year later due to limited court space. The verdicts. All 4 men were convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, along with special allegations related to the murders like it taking place during the commission of a robbery. John was convicted as the shooter. Miller was additionally convicted of sexual assault. Sykes was additionally convicted of sexual assault as well as sexual penetration with a foreign object. Miller, John, and Sykes would be sentenced to death. Cox's life in prison, without the possibility of parole. Cox is currently serving his life sentence without the possibility of parole at Chuckawalla Valley State Prison. Chuckawalla is a medium-security prison that, at the time Cox was sent there, was running at double the capacity, holding over 3,200 prisoners, when it was designed to hold only just over 1,700. It continues to operate at 125% capacity as of 2022. Miller, John, and Sykes are currently on death row in California's San Quentin State Prison, which houses the state's only death row for male inmates in the state, and is the largest death row in the United States. All executions in the state of California, male and female, take place at San Quentin, with any women to be executed, transported there by bus. Milton 1852, which makes it California's oldest prison, does contain a gas chamber, but since 1996, all executions have been carried out by lethal injection. Death row at San Quentin is divided into 3 sections. North segregation, which is for prisoners who don't cause trouble. East block, a crumbly, leaky maze of a place built in 1927. And the adjustment center, which houses the worst of the worst. Most of the death row inmates reside in that second, middle-of-the-road East block section. And in that worst of the worst section, the state was forced to build solid doors on the cells to prevent what's known as gunning down, or attacks from inmates throwing bodily waste through the cell wires. In 2019, Governor of California Gavin Newsom ordered a moratorium on the death penalty in the state. So as long as that moratorium remains in place, the 3 convicted murderers of the PHX, along with all others on death row, will remain in prison. Oddly, we have not been able to uncover even a single report of any of the 4 prisoners' prison life. So in this case, we can only hope that their day-to-day lives are filled with even a fraction of the misery they cause the victims and their grieving families. There has been a lot of outrage posted online about the killers in this case. A cleaned-up version of general sentiment is essentially people expressing sheer disgust that Marines would carry out such acts against a fellow Marine and his wife. Most concur that because of that, the 4 killers are not and never have been Marines, so they are not even eligible to be called ex-Marines. Case 9. His name was Anthony Sowell, the man you saw casually describing how he killed his victims in that video. And like many serial killers before him, he had a troubled past, a past that shaped his twisted view of women, seeing them as nothing more than objects he could torture, harass, and kill. Anthony was one of 7 children born to Claudia Garrison, a single mother struggling to raise them all. But tragedy struck when one of Claudia's daughters, Anthony's sister, passed away, leaving behind 7 children of her own. With nowhere else to go, they moved in with Claudia, bringing the total number of kids in the household to 14. Now, you might have heard the old rhyme about the lady who lived in a shoe and had so many kids she didn't know what to do. But this was no nursery tale. According to Anthony's niece, Leona, who was one of the 7 children forced to move in, their time in that house was pure misery. Claudia subjected them to brutal beatings and relentless abuse, while her own 7 children watched from the sidelines. In one of the most horrifying moments of her childhood, Leona recalled how Claudia, the very woman who was supposed to protect and care for her, forced her to strip naked and then brutally beat her. In a later interview, Leona recalls this horrifying experience, saying, "But the nightmare didn't stop there." Claudia's own children were reportedly spared from the worst of her wrath, but for Leona and the other girls in the house, the abuse was relentless. Now, according to Leona, one of Claudia's older sons also took part in the cruelty, routinely beating and assaulting the young girls. Tragically, it didn't stop at just one person. It's said that other male relatives living in the house joined in, creating a cycle of unspeakable violence and trauma. Leona also revealed that Anthony's soul was often silent during these horrific acts. He never intervened. Instead, he would sit back and watch as the abuse happened right in front of him. But what Leona didn't realize was that for Anthony, witnessing mistreatment had become almost normal. Growing up in a home where abuse was a daily occurrence, he began imitating the cruelty he saw. Shockingly, at just 11 years old, he started molesting his own 10-year-old niece, Leona's sister, subjecting her to the same suffering he had witnessed, continuing the cycle of pain that had been ingrained in their home. Fast forward to January 24, 1978. Anthony joined the United States Marine Corps. Surprisingly, he excelled in the military. Over the next 7 years, he built an impressive record, earning multiple good conduct medals, certificates, ribbons, and letters of appreciation. By all accounts, his military career was defined by discipline, hard work, and achievements. And upon his honorable discharge in 1985, Anthony returned home to Cleveland. For a while, he managed to live a relatively normal life. But that facade crumbled 4 years later, in 1989, when he committed his first known violent crime. It all started with Melvette Stockwell, a 3-month pregnant woman and an S-worker who believed she was simply meeting a new client. On that fateful night, she accompanied Anthony to his home, expecting a routine exchange, do the job, get paid, and leave. But this wasn't like her other clients. As soon as they stepped inside, the charm disappeared. Anthony's entire demeanor shifted. He suddenly became aggressive, grabbing her before she could react. He tied her hands and feet with zip ties and a belt, gagging her with a rag to keep her from screaming. She was completely at his mercy. But then he stopped. Instead of attacking her right away, he told her he was going to feed her before he killed her. Imagine hearing that. You think you're about to meet your end, but instead, your captor is talking about feeding you first, like you're on some twisted death row. The horror of that moment must have been unimaginable. But then, out of nowhere, Anthony decided to take a nap before going through with his plan. That was her only chance. In a moment of sheer desperation, she managed to break free, escape through a window, and signal for help from the rooftop. A neighbor spotted her and called the police, and when officers arrived, they found her shaking and terrified. But miraculously, she had survived. Anthony was arrested and charged with rape, and kidnapping. In 1989, 3 women from the same street as Anthony had already been murdered. As it turned out, Anthony was already on the authorities' radar, but despite the charges against him, he pleaded guilty to rape and was sentenced to only 5 to 15 years in prison. While behind bars, Anthony underwent multiple psychological evaluations, yet he continuously insisted he would never commit such acts again. Despite his disturbing past, Anthony managed to convince the system that he had reformed. What's even more chilling is that he was not classified as a sex offender, meaning that when he was released in 2005, he was free to roam the streets of Cleveland, Ohio, just like any other citizen. That same year, he moved into 122205 Imperial Avenue, a house that would soon become infamous. However, 2 years later, Anthony lost his job at a local factory under mysterious circumstances. Unemployed, he began collecting benefits and making money on the side by working as a scrap metal collector. But as his financial situation deteriorated, so did his mental state. He became more withdrawn, spending most of his time in his house, avoiding neighbors, and becoming more erratic in his behavior. Those who lived nearby noticed a change in him as he looked unkempt, distant, and was no longer the same person they had once known. Then came the turning point. Anthony began a relationship with a woman named Lori, a niece of the governor in Cleveland, and they quickly spiraled into a toxic cycle of heavy drug use, particularly crack. But while Anthony was sinking deeper into addiction, Lori wanted out. And so, in 2007, when Anthony was fired from his job at the factory, Lori saw it as her chance to break free. She left him, determined to leave that world behind. Anthony, however, was far from ready to let go. The heartbreak shattered something inside him, sending him into a dark spiral. He stayed behind on Imperial Avenue, but from that moment on, his reclusive tendencies became even more pronounced. He withdrew into himself, his behavior becoming more unstable. And then the horrors began. That same year, a 10-year-old girl living nearby vanished without a trace. Just months later, another woman, a 33-year-old nursing assistant named Tashana Culver, disappeared. Tashana had struggled with drug addiction, but she was also a dedicated healthcare worker, trying her best to turn her life around. No one reported her missing. No police alerts. No flyers. Just another woman gone. 2 months later, 25-year-old LaShonda Long, a mother of 3, also vanished. Then in October of 2008, 45-year-old Michelle Mason, who had 2 sons and was a devoted volunteer for the local AIDS task force, was also reported missing. Her mother, terrified, went to the police in early December. She begged them to look into her daughter's disappearance, but nothing happened. The case remained open, and no one connected the dots. Meanwhile, over on Imperial Avenue, a gut-wrenching stench was growing worse by the day. The entire neighborhood complained. A smell so rancid it made people gag just walking past. And the most disturbing part? Anthony Soule himself reeked of it. Whenever someone wrinkled their nose and questioned the putrid odor clinging to him, Soul had a ready excuse. "It's that damn sausage factory next door," he'd say with a shrug. And somehow people believed him. After all, Ray's Sausage had been in business for over 5 decades, and well, it was a meat factory. Maybe it really did stink. But the complaints kept piling up. Eventually, City Hall got involved, sending inspectors to investigate. The pressure was on, and Ray's Sausage was forced to take drastic action, spending over $30,000 on deep cleaning, new ventilation systems, and odor-eliminating technology. And yet, the smell didn't go away. It clung to the air, thick and putrid. By this time, Soul was unraveling. In early December of 2008, a terrified woman ran straight to a police car parked in the neighborhood, bleeding, shaking, and screaming. She claimed Soul had attacked her, dragged her inside his house, choked her, and attempted to assault her. When police stormed Soul's foul-smelling home and arrested him, he had his own version of the story, insisting that she was the criminal, that she had tried to rob him. Both bore scratches and bruises, making it difficult for officers to determine who was telling the truth. With no clear evidence, both were arrested, but later released due to insufficient proof. Just a month later, in January of 2009, Kim Smith, a 44-year-old woman who had been caring for her elderly father, disappeared. That year alone, 5 more women, Nancy Cobbs, Imelda Hunter, Janice Webb, Talisha Fortson, and Diane Turner, vanished without a trace. The alarming number of missing women in such a small area didn't go unnoticed by the community. Residents began organizing searches, handing out flyers, and trying to bring attention to the disappearances. Shockingly, Anthony himself joined these efforts, blending in with those who were desperately searching for the very women he had taken. Then came October of 2009. A woman named Shawn Morris visited Anthony's house, seemingly unfazed by the overpowering stench that clung to the air. The two spent the evening drinking, using drugs, and talking. Nothing intimate, just casual conversation. The next morning, as she prepared to leave, she realized she had left her ID upstairs. As she walked up to retrieve it, she suddenly heard a chilling click sound from behind her. Before she could react, Anthony lunged at her, attacking her without warning. He overpowered her, assaulted just like so many before her, and then went through the house, locking all the doors and windows. It became clear that he had no intention of letting her go. But Shawn saw a fleeting moment of opportunity, one she knew she had to take. Summoning all her strength, she threw herself out of a 3rd-story window, crashing 30 feet to the ground below. Anthony, realizing what had happened, bolted downstairs, completely unclothed, desperate to drag her back inside. But this time, fate wasn't on his side. 2 passers-by witnessed the horrifying scene and immediately called 911. The call you already heard back in the intro. Because of them, Shawn was rushed to the hospital with severe injuries, including multiple broken bones. Despite the brutal attack, she chose not to speak to the police about what had happened. However, someone else would just a week later. On October 27th, a woman named Latundra Billups came forward to share her own horrifying experience with Anthony Soul. She had been through a terrifying ordeal back in September, one that followed the same pattern as before. She had gone to his house for a drink, only for him to suddenly turn violent. Unlike so many others, she was lucky enough to survive. However, the trauma had kept her silent. Until now. Finally, in late October, her testimony was enough for authorities to issue both an arrest warrant and a search warrant for Anthony Soul. On October 29th, SWAT officers stormed his house, expecting to take Anthony into custody. But what they found was far worse than they could have imagined. Anthony wasn't home, but the stench was overwhelming. Dead flies covered every surface. Then came the grisly discoveries, decomposing bodies, one after another, some of which had been rotting away for years. The house of horrors that had plagued the neighborhood for so long was finally exposed, and a manhunt was immediately launched. For 2 days, police scoured the city for Anthony Soul. Then, on October 31st, as he casually strolled down the street, officers spotted him. They pulled over and cuffed him on the spot. He looked disheveled, with dirt and twigs clinging to his clothes, as if he had been sleeping outside, hiding in the bushes for days. But there was no hiding from what had been found in his home. What happened in this house behind me is simply a nightmare, and there are a lot of deeply disturbing questions for authorities here. There were 6 bodies found in this house last week. This morning, we know there are more. We discovered for additional, what we believe to be for bodies. It appears that this man had a sustainable appetite that he had to fill. To shed light on Anthony's victims, let's get to know them before their lives were consumed by addiction, because they all had stories, dreams, and struggles. They had every reason to keep going, and there was no reason for them to be murdered. Crystal Dozier, a mother of 7, was 35 years old when she vanished in May 2007. Her son, a U.S. Marine, desperately searched for her, but she wouldn't be found until police unearthed her remains in Anthony's backyard 2 years later. Loved ones recalled that Crystal had turned to drugs after losing one of her children, a pain that consumed her. Despite her struggles, she was a devoted mother who, in another life, could have had a different ending. Tizhana Culver was 33 years old, a trained nursing assistant and cosmetologist who had once envisioned a future helping others. However, tragedy struck when her boyfriend took his own life, sending her into a spiral of grief and addiction. At one point, she lived only 4 houses away from Anthony, unaware of the fate that awaited her. She disappeared in June 2008, leaving behind loved ones who never stopped wondering what had happened to her. LaShonda Long, just 25 years old, was the youngest of Anthony's victims. A mother of 3, she disappeared 3 months after Tizhana. No one even filed a missing persons report for her, a heartbreaking reflection of how addiction often isolates its victims from the support they need. Her remains were never fully recovered, only her skull was found in Anthony's basement. On the other hand, Michelle Mason had fought hard to turn her life around. At 45, she was living with HIV and had battled heroin addiction, but she refused to let her struggles define her. After surviving a shooting, she dedicated her life to helping others, working with an AIDS outreach program and focusing on her children. She disappeared on or around October 4, 2008, another life full of resilience and hope, cut tragically short. Tanya Carmichael was a mother, a fighter, and tragically the first victim to be identified from Anthony Soule's House of Horrors. Though she struggled with substance abuse, her loved ones never stopped caring. When she vanished in December 2008, they knew something was wrong. Tanya's mother wasted no time. She reported her missing within a week, desperate for answers. But the police saw just another black woman with a drug problem and failed to take the case seriously. Even when her abandoned car was found near Soule's neighborhood, they ignored the red flag. Years later, forensic testimony would expose the brutality of her death. Strangled with a telephone charger, discarded as if she didn't matter. But Tanya did matter. She was loved, she was missed, and her family never stopped fighting to make sure she wouldn't be forgotten. Kim Yvette Smith, 44, was a caretaker in every sense of the word. She dedicated her life to looking after her ailing father, balancing the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. In January 2009, she disappeared without a trace, leaving her father behind and breaking the hearts of those who knew her. Imelda Amy Hunter, 47, had a life marked by hardships and resilience. Raised in Chicago, she was an avid reader, a girl with dreams before her life took an unexpected turn. At just 14, she became pregnant by one of her teachers and gave birth to a child with cerebral palsy who was also deaf. This unimaginable responsibility weighed on her young shoulders, and eventually addiction found its way into her life. Yet she was more than her struggles. She was a mother, a woman who had once been full of promise. Nancy Cobbs was a 44-year-old grandmother, deeply loved and fiercely missed. When she disappeared in April 2009, her family refused to sit idly by. They kicked in the doors of abandoned houses, desperately searching for her. Tragically, her body was only discovered months later, wrapped in 6 plastic bags. Forensic testimony later revealed that she had been strangled with a shoelace, another victim of Anthony's cruelty. Talacia Fortson, 31, had a difficult upbringing, bouncing from foster home to foster home. She frequently ran away, searching for something better, but addiction tightened its grip on her. Like Tishana and Amy, no one even realized she was missing until the bodies began surfacing. Janice Webb, 48, was last seen on June 3, 2009 at her boyfriend's home in Lakewood, Ohio, just outside Cleveland. A woman with her own battles, she never imagined that crossing paths with Anthony would be her final chapter. Diane Turner, 38, had endured the unthinkable, losing all 6 of her children to the state. The pain of separation pushed her deeper into addiction, but she was still a mother who had once held hope for her family. She was the last of Anthony's victims to disappear in September 2009, the same month that Latundra Billups, 37, survived his brutal attack. These women were not just victims. They were women who had lived, loved, and endured unimaginable struggles. Their stories deserve to be told, not just as part of Anthony's crimes, but as a reminder of the lives that were stolen and the justice they finally received. What's particularly gut-wrenching is that by the time authorities finally captured Anthony's soul, he was 50 years old, meaning he had already spent decades living freely, committing these crimes unnoticed. His arrest on October 29, 2009, was just the beginning of a long, drawn-out legal battle. Soul's trial was initially scheduled for June 2, 2010, but what followed was a series of postponements. His defense team argued that they needed more time to prepare, review thousands of pages of evidence, and analyze hours of surveillance footage taken from a neighboring property. The trial was pushed to September 7th, then to February 14th, then to May 2nd, and finally to June 6th, 2011. When proceedings finally began, Soul faced 85 charges, including 11 counts of aggravated murder and 74 counts of rape, kidnapping, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with evidence. His initial plea was not guilty by reason of insanity, but he later changed it to simply not guilty. Despite his attempts to evade responsibility, the evidence against him was overwhelming. Survivors testified, forensic experts detailed the gruesome conditions of his home, and jurors were confronted with horrifying photos of the crime scene. On July 22, 2011, after weeks of testimony, the jury found him guilty on all but 2 counts. The decision was clear. Anthony Soul was a serial killer who had preyed on the most vulnerable women in his community. We will now read the jury's verdicts. I'll ask the defendant to please rise. With respect to the matter of State of Ohio versus Anthony Soul, criminal case No. 530885, sentencing proceedings as to count 1, Tanya Carmichael. We, the jury being duly impaneled and sworn, do hereby find that the aggravating circumstances which the defendant was found guilty of committing do outweigh the mitigating factors presented in this case by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. We therefore unanimously find that the sentence of death should be imposed upon the defendant, Anthony Soul. All 12 jurors have signed their name to this verdict form and have not completed the additional form with respect to life without parole as directed by the court. Moving on then to count 7, sentencing proceedings relating to Nancy Cobbs. When it came time for sentencing, the prosecution argued that Soul showed no remorse for his crimes. The jurors agreed. On August 10th, they recommended the death penalty, and 2 days later, Judge Dick Ambrose upheld their decision. Soul was officially sentenced to death on September 14, 2011. He was transferred to death row at Chillicothe Correctional Institution, a stark contrast to the freedom he had once used to terrorize his victims. Soul and his attorneys spent years filing appeal after appeal, arguing that excessive media coverage, a closed courtroom, and poor legal representation had denied him a fair trial. The Ohio Supreme Court rejected his appeal in December 2016, and when he took the case to the United States Supreme Court in 2017, they declined to hear it. By May 2020, Soul had exhausted all legal options. Then, before the state could carry out his execution, fate stepped in. On February 8, 2021, at age 61, Soul died in a prison hospital from an unspecified terminal illness. Some speculated liver failure or cancer, but no official cause was released. He may be gone, but the nightmare he created still lingers, a haunting reminder of how he not only took lives, but lived among the dead, sleeping beside his victims' corpses. The trauma he inflicted didn't just disappear with his death, it still weighs heavy on the community. In fact, in 2021, 5 of Soul's surviving victims bravely shared their stories and snapped, notorious, exposing the horrors they endured and the failures that let it happen. And here's the harsh reality. Back then, when black women went missing, law enforcement barely lifted a finger. And let's be real, this isn't an isolated case. We've covered multiple cases just like this, including another infamous strangler from Charlotte, who also murdered 11 black women. The red flags were everywhere, but officers failed to connect the dots. Was it carelessness, or did they just not care? Eventually, the city of Cleveland had to answer for its failures, paying out $1.3 million in settlements to the families of Soul's victims. But here's the question. Was that justice, or just a price tag for neglect? Now, I want to hear from you. Do you think there were more victims than the ones officially linked to him? Considering the unsolved murders of women in that area, could some of those cases be connected to Soul? Drop your thoughts below, and if you want to dive deeper into similar cases, check out our channel. We've got more to uncover. Case 10. Decades ago, on a cool afternoon in Utah, a couple was driving along in their car on a state road near Maidenwater. It was April 20th, 1998, and the day seemed uneventful until something unusual caught their eye. Against the brown soil and shrubs was a black sleeping bag. Something sitting there looked suspicious to them, so they stopped and they walked over, and that's when they discovered that it was a body. They noticed the sleeping bag was lumpy, as if something was inside it. Both ends were sealed in silver duct tape, and a child's playmat was sticking out, wrapped up in whatever was inside. By the time they reached it, they could make out the shape of a person. Startled, they called the police. The Garfield Sheriff's Department responded quickly, and when they arrived, began opening the bag. First, they unrolled the sleeping bag, then the playmat, and found more layers of plastic and trash bags inside. At the center was the body of a woman. Her entire head and face were wrapped in duct tape, obscuring her features completely, and her body was frozen solid, despite the fact that the weather outside was not below freezing. This discovery near Maidenwater Spring, close to Lake Powell, would later be known as the infamous Maidenwater case. The killer went to great lengths to hide the victim's identity, and it took years to even figure out who she was, let alone solve this case. Hello friends, this week's case is about the persistence of a detective who never gave up, and people in the true crime community who put in their own passion into volunteering for answers, and the leaps and bounds that forensic science have taken us. The body appeared to be of a 30 to 40-year-old woman of Hispanic or Native American descent, with shoulder-length dark brown hair. She appeared to have a freckled complexion, but most notably was the gunshot wound to her head, and she was wearing nothing but a bloodied bra. An autopsy conducted would reveal she had been shot execution style, and her fingertips were cut off, likely by the killer to prevent identification. There were signs she had been frozen, which preserved her facial features but masked her time of death. Speaking of her features, there was a mole below her right ear, one that would be instrumental in her identification later. Her teeth indicated she had received professional dental work and had tattooed eyebrows, so she likely wasn't homeless and took care of herself. Due to the lengths the killer went to, investigators believed they were experienced and had done this before. It could be a hitman or a serial killer. The investigation focused on the rope used to bind her arms and legs, hoping to obtain some DNA from it that would help identify her. However, sending it to the crime lab yielded nothing other than the victim's own DNA on it. The same was true for the duct tape and other materials retrieved at the time. Further efforts to cross-reference her identity in the National Crime Information Center and FBI database showed nothing. 20 years went by, and the case grew frustratingly cold. Then, a potential breakthrough occurred in 2008. What stood out was the ropes that she was tied up with were very unique, complex series of knots that she was tied with. Terry Kimball, Scott Kimball's uncle, was also tied up with rope with very similar type knots. Our Maidenwater victim was wrapped in a children's playmat. Scott Kimball's son was interviewed, and he was shown a picture of this children's playmat carpet, and he stated that he had one identical to that. Scott also worked at a meat packing company, and had access to refrigeration trucks used during transport, which could explain how the victim was frozen. Scott was known for executing his victims and leaving them in isolated areas, often wrapping them in rugs and tape. Similar to how the Maidenwater woman was found, Scott Kimball was serving multiple life sentences in Colorado for killing 4 individuals. This seemed to be a solid lead, but no DNA evidence could link the case to Scott, and he denied any involvement. As a result, they couldn't charge him with anything. Other than the similarities, there was nothing concrete to charge him with the crime. The case frustratingly went cold again, but Detective Davis worked tirelessly and never forgot the victim. But given the tools available to him, he was doing his best. Then, years later, in 2018, Agent Davis held a press conference where he circulated the post-mortem photo of the Maidenwater victim in public. Because they needed help, the image quickly gained traction in the online true crime community, especially in popular forums such as Web Sleuths, where members began their own investigation and dissection of the case. It just so happened that Sergeant David Sweeney, who was revisiting a cold case, had uploaded Lena Reyes Getty's information to NAMUS. NAMUS is the National Missing and Unidentified Person System in the U.S., accessible to anyone who wants to help identify missing persons. Lena Reyes Getty's, a woman who had been reported missing from Youngstown, Ohio in 1998. But it wasn't a detective or private investigator who linked the two cases. Instead, a private citizen in California, who Davis describes as someone fascinated with true crime stories, Mandy Hart. It just so happened that David and Sweeney uploaded their photos around the same time. So it was pure coincidence, but the lucky break the case needed. Thanks to this, they were able to get a hold of Lena Reyes' sister in Mexico, and DNA provided by her family members confirmed that Lena was indeed the Maidenwater victim, closing a decades-long mystery. Lena, a 37-year-old accomplished ballet dancer with a university degree, had been celebrated as the shining star of her family. 2 years before her 1998 disappearance, she married Edward Geddes, around 30 years older and a businessman. In what was his third marriage, Edward Geddes owned a commercial soap chemical business in Youngstown, Ohio. Lena's disappearance in 1998 was reported by her family in Mexico, but strangely Edward never reported her missing. It was Lena's family who notified the police after she failed to show up for a trip that she was supposed to take but never made. Finally, the investigation could now focus on who had ended Lena's life. They interviewed her friends and family, hoping to learn more about her life before she vanished. They soon uncovered what can only be described as foreshadowing. Lena had confided in her friend about the fear she had of her own husband and had secretly passed a note to her in English class, urging the friend to contact her family if anything were to happen to her. She had spoken of her husband's abusive behavior towards her. She also said she suspected her husband of murdering his second wife, and this is why she was fearful for her life. Investigators then turned their attention to her husband Edward Geddes, and soon enough he became the prime suspect. At the beginning of this video we showed you a clip from Edward's interrogation, and it was incredibly unsettling, because he practically described what his wife was wearing when she was found, and notice how he describes her in the past tense, when she was only reported missing at the time. Watch. The morning, Wednesday morning, April 8th. Edward claims that his wife took her flight home to Mexico. You know what flight? What flight? Company, what plane? I thought it was a U.S. Air flight that I gave you. She was going to take cash with tickets at the airport. I told her to take a credit card, and she took my credit card. Wednesday morning, April 8th. We left, I guess, 6:45 a.m. We had Chickies the dog with us. She had packed a cosmetic case, a suitcase, I think a hanging bag, and she had a sleeping bag, okay, which was going to be a present for one of her little cousins. I always like to go out to the backyard and, like camp. He had a little hut and things like that. So she was in her bag. She had this sleeping bag. I had rolled it some bitch up tight. That's an odd combination to carry, but it was going to be a present for Paco. For a trained detective, these unsolicited explanations are strong indications of potential lies. Because a liar would try extra hard to make you believe their lies, someone telling the truth wouldn't have to do that. Unfortunately, the detective here did not pick up on any of these clues. Listen to the rest of the interrogation, and tell me what other unsolicited explanations you pick up. It was kind of a sleeping bag. Blue on the outside, I guess, but there was a light color on the inside. I think, yeah. Oh man, you're not even touching my mouth. That's in case we, who knows, might find something out. We have to find a sleeping bag. Well, since I talked to you, I'm going to have to say one thing. We ought to enter it here. I've not told you this before because it didn't come to mind until about a month or so ago. She got up pretty early that morning. She had long hair. She wanted shampoo. It took a little while to dry her hair. I was laying in bed washing her. So the first thing she would do is she would come out of the shower, and she would have a towel wrapped around her thing. She would come out nude, and she would put on a pair of underpants and a bra. Okay, and then she would start working on her hair. I can tell you what underpants and bra she had on. They were white cotton and a bra. The reason I remember this, it was my favorite pants and bra. It was white cotton with pictures of apples and maybe bananas on it. Okay, little pictures like this, the size of a nipple. And the bra had the same pattern. Apples and what? I think apples and bananas. Unusual. Okay, I left about 6:45. Austin town, down at Pittsburgh Airport. I pulled up to the check-in, the U.S. Air check-in. She didn't have a ticket. Skycat cannot check something just underwear. So I gave him $10. I said, okay, now you take care of all her baggage. Make sure she gets to where she's going. Okay. I didn't come into the airport because I had cheapies in the car. We had really broken cheapies keeping her in the car. We had taught her not to stay in the car and not go pee-pee. So we kissed. I was out of the car. We kissed. Skycat picked up stuff when we went into the Pittsburgh airport. That's the last time I saw her. He strongly believed he was the one responsible for ending Lena's life. We want to know what happened to her, who did it to her. And you just have to be persistent, because you never know what little thing is going to break it for you. He opted to retest the evidence in the case using technology previously unavailable. One of these tools was MVAC, used on especially tough surfaces like rope to extract DNA. It sprays a special solution onto the surface of an item, which is then extracted via a vacuum. Everything the device extracts is caught in a special filter where any DNA can be separated. The MVAC found 117ing of DNA on that rope, more than enough to be tested. This technology is a game changer for cold cases, especially where DNA is difficult to collect. Investigators asked for DNA samples from Edward Getty's family. 2 family members gave samples willingly, but Davis had to get a search warrant to obtain a sample from Edward Getty's son. When the DNA samples came back, there was a familial match to Edward Getty's. It goes to show where their science is with this DNA. As I said, a game changer for cold cases. And of course it's innocent until proven guilty. But with all the overwhelming evidence now, many believe Edward Getty's is the one responsible, even though no charges could ever be brought against him because he's long gone. The irony in all this is that he tried to cover up his crime by freezing Lena's body, hoping to hide the time of her death. But in the end, that icy move actually preserved her face, which allowed for the crucial photo that helped crack the case wide open.